Hitting on the Most Beautiful Girl in School Without Me Noticing. Volume 2. By Gozen no Ryokucha. Translated by Yuki Kitsuniko. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. The Most Beautiful Girl in School remains unchanged. As I pushed the door, it moved slowly with a creaking sound. The smell of old paper and dust wafted through the gap, tickling my nostrils. The somewhat antiquated atmosphere exuded a solemnity, enveloping me in the unique air of the library. There was no sign of people around, and my footsteps were the only sounds breaking the silence of the world. The creaking of the worn floorboards seemed to announce my presence. As I proceeded through the quiet interior, I came upon a reading corner filled with numerous desks and chairs. At the very back, a girl was sitting alone. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, highlighting the dust particles in its path as it shone down on her, Seido Riene. Her black hair, reflecting the sunlight, sparkled like jewels, giving her an almost ethereal appearance. She stood there like a fairy in the library with a fragile presence. She was engrossed in a book, her expression serene. For a moment, I hesitated to speak, but she seemed to notice my footsteps and slowly lifted her face. Our eyes met and I exhaled softly. Her large, double-lidded eyes captured me, waiting for me to approach. It's been a while since yesterday. Yes, it has. Thanks for bringing this. You're welcome. Is this the next book you wanted? I had contacted her in advance because I had work today, but it seemed she had arrived earlier. Judging by the open book in her hands, she had only read about 10 pages, so I hadn't kept her waiting long. By now, I was used to it, and the exchange of books felt natural. Although I was initially nervous about talking to her because of yesterday's birthday present, she was as calm as ever. She took out the book from her bag and handed it to me with her usual indifferent expression, showing none of the gentle smile she had yesterday. Of course, this was her usual self, but the smile from yesterday seemed like a dream. Well, if she showed that kind of expression often, it would be overwhelming, so this is fine. I felt a sense of relief in my heart at her unchanged demeanor. Upon closer inspection, her appearance is indeed exceptional. Her large, double-lidded eyes, well-defined nose, soft-looking lips, and well-maintained, shimmering black hair that looks smooth to the touch. It's no wonder many boys have a crush on her, but unlike yesterday, my heart isn't pounding strangely. Yesterday, I was somewhat shaken, and I won't deny that I thought she was cute. However, the fluttering of my heart yesterday was caused by realizing her beauty through that smile, something that would happen to any boy. Reaffirming that I don't have romantic feelings for her, I let out a quiet sigh. Then, I noticed something tucked into the book she was holding. A bookmark glittered between the open pages. What is it? Noticing my gaze, her usual curt voice responded. Although her voice was as cold as ever, there was a subtle softness, as if the wall of caution had slightly thinned. No, I just noticed that you're using that bookmark. I didn't think she was lying yesterday, but seeing her actually use it made me feel a bit embarrassed. It wasn't just flattery. It genuinely conveyed that she liked it, which made me oddly bashful. It's fine, isn't it? I can use it as I please. Yeah, use it however you like. Her response was as curt as ever, but that was just like her. I couldn't help but give a wry smile and shrug my shoulders. What she said was as indifferent as before, but it felt like the sharpness had softened a bit. Maybe she was starting to trust me a little as a friend. Just so you know, it's mine now, so I'm not giving it back. I wouldn't say that. Maybe she misunderstood me staring at the bookmark as she quickly hid it with her hand. She must have really liked it. The way she hid the bookmark to keep it from being taken was so cute that I couldn't help but laugh. Well, I'm glad you liked it. You've been lending me books all the time, and I haven't been able to thank you at all. This makes me feel a bit better. Is that what you were thinking? Of course, you've been lending me books every day, so I felt a bit guilty. Knowing you, you'd probably say there's no need to worry about it, though. You understand me well. Well, we've talked enough for that. Anyway, I'm glad you liked it. For some reason, something I said seemed to bother Seido, and she turned away slightly. It's not like I intended to be happy about it. But if that's the case, I'll use it without hesitation. Yeah, please do. Despite her curt tone, Seido was slightly smiling and looking down at the bookmark. I couldn't help but give a wry smile at the sight. Seido sighed. Well, there's still some time before my appointment, so I'll just read a book over there. Is there any other option for you besides reading a book in the library? None whatsoever. All right then. If you need anything, just let me know. Got it, see you. He waved his hand lightly as he walked away. After passing 3 large desks, he took a seat. It seemed he was eager to read the book I had lent him as he placed it on the desk and opened it. Watching him start reading, I quietly lowered my gaze to the bookmark in my hand. The voices that had filled the room earlier were now gone, and only the sound of him turning pages could be heard. In the quiet library, away from the deserted school building, only our sounds reached my ears. I held the bookmark up to the sunlight streaming in from behind, admiring its beauty once again. The glass pieces sparkled like jewels, lively and vibrant, as if asserting their presence. Slowly tilting the bookmark to enjoy the changing colors, I reflected on the conversation I had with him earlier. Was I able to act as usual? Did I behave strangely? I feel like I was more curt than usual because I couldn't remember how I normally act. I hope he didn't think it was weird. As he walked away and I regained my composure, I reflected on my behavior alone in my mind. I tried to act as I always do, but I couldn't remember how I usually behaved, so I ended up speaking harshly. There were cuter ways to say things. At the very least, I wanted to thank him. A sigh escaped my lips. I realized my feelings for him yesterday, but just that realization has changed me so much. I don't understand it, but for some reason, he looks incredibly cool, and it even seems like there's a strange, sparkling aura around him. Despite those dorky glasses and his shabby appearance, he still looks cool to me, and it makes me irrationally angry. Sure, there were times before when I thought he looked cool when he helped me, but now it feels like that impression lasts the entire time he's in front of me. I'm completely at the mercy of my first love. This isn't like me. I need to get a grip. Otherwise, he'll find out that I have romantic feelings for him. He's surprisingly perceptive, so I have to avoid that at all costs. I stole a glance at him sitting a little distance away. Because the sun was shining through the window, the area around him was brightly lit. From his profile, I could see his almond-shaped eyes focused intently on the book, and he looked really cool. The sunlight made his eyes sparkle, which made him look even more attractive. Seriously, he's just reading a book without knowing how I feel. How much does he love books? Instead of thinking only about books, think about me a little, Baka. I muttered a small curse at him as he smiled faintly, looking happy while reading. I've realized my feelings for him, but that doesn't change anything. The only thing that has changed is my attitude towards him, while our relationship remains that of friends. Nothing changes. I don't intend to change it. He thinks of me as a good friend who shares common interests, so seeking anything more would be selfish of me. We can be together because we're friends, and there's no room for romantic feelings in that space. For better or worse, I stand out. Despite disliking attention, he still stays close to me because he considers me an important friend. Nothing more, nothing less. I absolutely hated the idea of seeking a deeper connection and causing him confusion. Before being someone I love, he is an important friend, a person I care about, and I wanted to avoid that at all costs. So, as long as I can stay by his side as I am now, that's enough. I'm perfectly satisfied with that. He is someone who finally sees me for who I am. He is kind, always by my side, protecting me. We share common interests and hobbies. He is a reliable and important friend. Although his obsession with books can be exasperating, I find that part of him endearing too. If showing my feelings means losing him, then I'm fine with things as they are. I'm happy with our current relationship. I couldn't choose to ruin our current relationship with my selfish romantic feelings. Besides, I don't want to lose anything important anymore. If it means losing a precious friend, I won't wish for anything more. This is fine. I don't want to lose the important friend I finally made because of my selfishness. I've lost important things many times, when I was young, the year before last year, so I don't want to lose anything anymore. I don't want to lose the relationship I finally gained. As long as we remain friends, it won't disappear unless I leave. I don't wish for anything more. That's why I don't intend to confess my feelings to him. I don't plan to show or hint at them. Like hiding something precious, I will quietly tuck these feelings deep in my heart. Even if I think I love him, it will stay in my heart. On the outside, everything will remain the same. Nothing will change and I will continue our friendship as it is. That's my current thought. I don't want to lose anything important anymore. Chapter 1, A New Encounter. The sky was clear and bright. The sun shone high overhead, bringing a faint warmth. However, the blowing wind carried winter with it, making it feel very chilly despite the clear weather. Although the blue sky was the same color as in summer, it looked icy cold. Leaning against the railing on the peaceful rooftop during lunch break, I sipped some soup while gazing at the schoolyard. The winter-limited corn soup, sold at the store, slowly spread warmth through my chilled body. As expected, the rooftop is really cold this time of year. I guess we'll be eating in the cafeteria for a while. Yeah, it's really cold. Kazuki, who was also drinking corn soup next to me, was warming his hands by wrapping them around the container. The rooftop was our usual spot, but it was tough to stay outside for long during this season. The warmth inside made the cold outside feel even harsher. Since we couldn't stay for long, I quickly brought up the reason I had called him out. Thanks for the advice on the present. No problem. How did it go? Did it work out? Yeah, she seemed to like it. Wow, I'm surprised that you, Minato, have the sense to give a present that makes a girl happy. Shut up. I retorted quietly to Kazuki, who was looking at me in surprise, but his reaction was understandable. I don't know anything about the hobbies of typical girls, nor do I have confidence in doing it well. The only reason it worked out this time was because Sato is a unique type of girl. Who else would want a book as a present? So, what did you give her? A bookmark. Is a bookmark. He tilted his head, not quite getting it, and drew a rectangle with his index fingers, moving them in a rectangular path several times. That's a travel itinerary. No, I mean the kind you put in a book. Oh, that. I didn't think of it because it's not something I use often. Kazuki nodded in understanding. Indeed, if you don't read books, bookmarks might be something you're not familiar with. Still, a bookmark, I would never choose that. I thought it would be something like a hair accessory or earrings. That was my initial plan, but those are pretty hard to give, you know. But a bookmark. Kazuki seemed to find it extremely surprising, as he chuckled and shook his shoulders. I couldn't help it. I thought a glass bookmark would be beautiful. Oh, a glass one. That does sound pretty. But it's still unusual for someone to be happy with a bookmark. I guess anyone who gets along with you, Minato, is a bit unique. If that's the case, you're the top weirdo. In what way? I think it's rare to find someone as ordinary as me. Don't call yourself ordinary when you're never short of girls. People will resent you. When I glared at him, thinking if he's ordinary, then what are ordinary people, Kazuki shrugged and stopped laughing. After a bout of laughter, a brief silence settled. But soon, Kazuki muttered in a slow tone. Still a bookmark, huh? There was a somewhat meaningful look in his eyes. It was the kind of look that suggested he understood something, the kind of look I wasn't good at dealing with. He always teased me at times like this. Before he could say anything, I looked back at him directly. What is it? Nope, nothing at all. I'm just waiting for you to talk whenever you're ready. Huh, there's nothing to talk about. Is that so? Could he have figured out about Sato? But I haven't mentioned anything to Kazuki about it. He hasn't completely realized it yet, right? Feeling a bit anxious inside and wondering what to do, I noticed that Kazuki didn't seem interested in pursuing the topic further. He averted his gaze from me and took a sip of his soup. Seriously, he's really perceptive. He might not have figured out everything about my relationship with Sato, but he has definitely noticed something. Since he's not pushing too hard, he's probably just enjoying my reaction. I can't compete with him in this regard. Silence enveloped Kazuki and me as time passed. Spending time idly wasn't bad, but a cold wind brushed against my skin, making me shiver. Shall we head back? Yeah, it's getting too cold to just rely on the soup. We exchanged glances and shared a wry smile. We left the rooftop, exposed to the cold sky. Opening the door to the rooftop and returning inside, the cold eased a bit compared to earlier. My fingers, which had been gradually chilled, started to warm up, and the heat from the soup spread through my body. Perhaps because it was still a less populated part of the school building, the sound of our footsteps descending the stairs echoed loudly. By the way, did you thank the person from your part-time job that we talked about before? No, not yet. Our shifts don't overlap much, but we're working together the day after tomorrow, so I'll talk to her then. I see. By the way, what's her name? Her name, it's Hiyaragi. Hiyaragi's huh? Kazuki touched his chin and repeated the name with a slightly disappointed expression, which seemed unusual for his usually cheerful demeanor. Is there something about the name? No, it's nothing. If I remember correctly, there aren't any other people our age there, right? Yeah, wait, are you planning to go after the girls at my part-time job too? When I gave him an exasperated look, he quickly shook his head, saying, No, that's not it. That's harsh, making me sound like a womanizer. It's the truth. I've never made the first move. The girls come to me, and I just respond. There's no difference. Seriously, but I realized that I've never seen him make the first move. Kazuki never actively tries to pick up girls. It's always the girls who approach him and become friends with him. The way people naturally gravitate towards him reminded me a bit of Sato. So, why are you so interested in my part-time job? Just curious. I see. Maybe he asked out of mere curiosity, or maybe not. I couldn't tell, so I decided to leave it at that. We descended the stairs and walked along the 3rd floor. The lively chatter echoed from the far end of the corridor. As we got closer to the crowd, I headed towards my classroom. Then I heard hushed voices coming from an empty classroom on the left. By the way, I heard Sato-san got confessed to by another guy. Oh, I know about that. It was the captain of the soccer club, right? He confessed to her in front of everyone in the hallway. Really? Didn't she get confessed once before? It seems he couldn't give up and confessed again. Wow, she's really popular. A few girls were talking about Sato and the senior from the soccer club. With so many people around, it was inevitable that rumors would spread, especially when it involves two well-known individuals in the school. It's not unusual for Sato to be the subject of rumors, so I was about to walk past, but as I crossed the classroom, I overheard a blonde girl talking again. You know, Sato-san is so unfair. She acts like she's not interested in guys, but then she takes everyone's admired seniors. I know, right? That aloof attitude of hers is so annoying. Maybe she's doing all sorts of things behind the scenes. Probably. The more innocent they seem, the more they hide. The words were dripping with malice. Listening to them made me feel sick. Each word was like a knife, piercing my heart sharply. If they just thought about why Sato avoids guys, they would understand. Why does it have to come to this? They don't know her, and they're just spreading rumors. I wish they wouldn't say such things. I knew there were people bad-mouthing Sato, but hearing it so blatantly made my nerves stand on end. An indescribable dark feeling welled up inside me. What's wrong, Minato? You look really tense. No, it's just that the gossip I heard earlier made me feel sick. We had already moved away from the empty classroom, and I could no longer hear their voices. But the unpleasant words lingered in my ears. Oh, I see. But it can't be helped. Standing out means attracting envy and jealousy. Kazuki sighed, sounding resigned. He must have also struggled with gossip. It's always the selfish malice of people that causes suffering. Even so, it's not pleasant to hear. That's true, but it's rare for you to react to rumors about Sato-san. Is it? Yeah, until now, you always seemed indifferent, like it was someone else's problem. Maybe you're right. As long as I had books, I was content. I never took an interest in anything else or had any particular thoughts. But now, hearing just one piece of gossip made me feel this bad. It seems Sato has become a significant presence in my life. It wasn't like me, but I didn't dislike it. So why the change? It's just a mood. Let's get back to the classroom already. You're as cold as ever. I know Sato's good qualities, so I'll continue to treat her as a friend. I made up my mind. Is it okay if we meet at my place as usual today? Yeah, that was the plan. Are you sure it's okay? Yes, it's fine. All right, see you after school. Yes, understood. After exchanging such messages, I left the school building and headed towards Sato's house after school. Previously, I used to follow Sato home, but now we go separately. I've been to her house many times and memorized the way, and I felt bad always following her, so I offered to go on my own. Thus, I quietly walked alone along the path that other students also took. The sky was already dim, with the distant sunset sky lingering as if reluctant to leave. The fading sunlight, like red rays filtering through the trees, cast a lonely light on the path, guiding me to Sato's house. Following that light, the apartment where Sato lived came into view. The white apartment building blended into the upscale residential area. It wasn't brand new, but it was clean and didn't look old. It didn't seem like a place where a high school student would live alone, so there must be some circumstances. Standing in front of the door at the far right end on the second floor, I took a deep breath. Ringing the doorbell was still something I wasn't used to. I exhaled softly and pressed the doorbell. After waiting for a moment in front of the intercom with a camera, the door opened with a click, and Sato, in her school uniform, appeared. In the dim surroundings, the light from the doorway illuminated Sato, making her black hair sparkle. I took off my backpack and pulled out the 2 books I had borrowed yesterday, handing them to Sato. Here, the books I borrowed yesterday. Thanks. Got it, these are today's books, right? Thank you. I carefully put the 2 new books I received back into my backpack. Still, it's amazing how you can finish 2 thick books in just one day. You read really fast. When a book is interesting, I can't stop reading. That's why. Oh, and this one was really good too. I still think it's too fast, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, especially the ending. We passionately discussed our favorite scenes. Talking about things we love makes us both talkative. Sato was the same, her eyes sparkling as she nodded enthusiastically, saying, I know, that was an iconic scene. The time spent discussing the same book was just as enjoyable as reading it. This time, we got particularly excited, and it turned into a long conversation. After we finished talking, a slight feeling of fatigue washed over me. Hugh, talking this much is tiring. Yes, it's been a while since I've talked this much. Really? I thought you talked a lot with the people you're always with. I usually listen more than I talk. I see. She seemed to have enjoyed it a lot, her expression relaxed and satisfied. Her slight smile was so charming that I couldn't help but smile too. When Sato talked about her impressions of the book, she was so lively, and seeing her like that brought back memories of what happened earlier in the day. Why does she have to be spoken of badly? As Kazuki said, people who stand out attract a lot of attention. So, it's inevitable that people will have different opinions about them. However, that doesn't mean it's okay to gossip without knowing anything. In this case, Sato was keeping her distance from the boys, so there was nothing she could do about what happened. Even so, why did they have to say such terrible things? For a moment, I wondered if I should tell Sato, but I quickly dismissed the thought. Talking about it wouldn't solve anything, and I didn't know if Sato was aware of the gossip. I didn't want to ruin her gentle smile. I stared at Sato, who was smiling happily. She tilted her head curiously. What's wrong? You're staring at me. Is there something on my face? No, it's nothing. I shook my head vaguely, and she blinked a few times, not seeming too concerned. Really? Yeah, I was just thinking about the book and how I can't wait to read more. You really love books, don't you? Yeah, you could say books are my lovers. Books are your lovers, that's quite an apt expression. She repeated the words to herself and then let out a small laugh. It must have been really amusing because she continued to laugh, shaking her shoulders and looking up at me. Hee hee, I think it's a very accurate expression. Your love for books is almost creepy. If your partner were a person instead of a book, it wouldn't feel any different. Hey, don't call it creepy. What's wrong with loving books? I directed a dissatisfied look at Sato. However, she didn't seem to care at all and continued to laugh gently. Well, if books were really my lovers, it would mean I'm hiring or borrowing my lovers with money. Wow, that's the worst. The soft atmosphere vanished. She let out a cold voice, looking at me with disdain, taking a step back and narrowing her eyes. No, it was a joke, okay. I understand, but it's true that I thought it was the worst. Do you realize that's not helping? I found myself repeatedly trying to explain to Sato, who was giving me a deadpan look. Section, 2 days after I thanked Kazuki. Today, for the first time in a while, I have a shift with Hiyuraga-san. After finishing the usual book exchange with Sato, it was time for my part-time job, so I headed to the office. As I sat in front of the computer to clock in, the manager entered the office. Oh, Tanaka-kun. Manager, good evening. Good evening, let's have a good shift today. Yes, thank you. The manager is a woman in her 40s, a head shorter than me, with a cheerful smile. I bowed my head to her. Then, as if she remembered something, she raised her voice. By the way, my daughter Mai will be starting her part-time job here today, so please keep that in mind. She'll probably come to introduce herself later. Your daughter? Yes, that's right. She used to help out at the store and get paid for it, but her grades dropped, so I made her stop. This year is her exam year. Exam year. Yes, she's in her third year of middle school. Oh, I see. I didn't expect her to be younger. I wonder what kind of person she is. Considering the manager's personality, she probably isn't a bad person, but I'm a little worried. Even though she's younger, it seems she's been working here longer than I have, so I hope we can work well together. As I finished clocking in with a slight sense of unease, the office door opened again. Mom. A girl peeked in, looking at us with curiosity. Her bright flaxen hair swayed as her lively double-lidded eyes met mine. Hey, I told you to call me manager while we're working. Okay. The girl nodded reluctantly at the manager's admonishing tone. However, her half-hearted response showed little sign of remorse. She turned away dismissively, then looked at me with sparkling eyes. Are you Tanaka-senpai by any chance? Oh yes, that's me. I knew it. Her face lit up with a smile, reminding me somewhat of Ikino's. Nice to meet you, I'm Nanes Mai. Nice to meet you, I'm Tanaka Minato. I returned her cheerful smile with my best friendly smile. First impressions are important, so I tried to appear as approachable as possible. Mai didn't seem particularly concerned and bowed her head, saying, Nice to meet you. Just like Mom said, you're really cool. See, thanks to Tanaka-kun, more older ladies have been coming to the store. Thank you. Not being used to compliments about my appearance, I struggled to respond and settled for a safe answer. However, I couldn't help but let out a slight, awkward smile. Manager, what kind of introduction did you give Mai-san? I just talked normally. Tanaka-kun, I'm counting on you from now on. Normally, well, okay. I'm sure she gave some strange introduction. Mai's eyes were sparkling with interest. There's no need for further introductions. I'm counting on you too. That's enough, Mom. Go over there. All right. Didn't you have something to do? Oh, right. The kitchen staff asked for you, so I came to get you. I see, got it. The manager quickly left the office. Sigh, I'm tired. Mai-san, are you on break? Not exactly a break. I'm just waiting until my shift starts. As she murmured this, she took out her smartphone from her pocket. A round, ball-shaped accessory dangled from it, shimmering with beautiful, rainbow-colored light. It reminded me of the bookmark I gave to Sato, and I couldn't help but be drawn to it. Noticing my gaze, she shyly showed me the sparkling ball. Oh, this. Do you think it's weird? No, not at all. It's beautiful. Thank you. Actually, I made it as a hobby. You made it. Yes, it's actually quite easy to make. It was crafted so meticulously that it looked like a store-bought item, not something handmade. I couldn't help but stare at it intently. It's a bit embarrassing if you stare too much. Oh, sorry. I quickly stepped back from Mai-san, who gave a shy, embarrassed laugh. I was relieved to find that she was much easier to talk to than I had imagined. Meeting someone for the first time always made me nervous, but it seemed like things would work out fine. I checked my watch and saw that it was 5 minutes before my shift started. Just as I was thinking it was time to head out, the office door opened again. Excuse me. A clear, dignified voice. Hiyaraga-san entered, her tied-up black hair swaying. Good evening, Tanaka-san. And, oh, it's been a while, Hiyaraga-senpai. Hiyaraga-san blinked in surprise and froze for a moment as Mai-san raised her right hand slightly and approached her. A friendly atmosphere surrounded the two of them. It's been a while. You were taking a break for exam studies, right? Yes, but my grades improved, so I got permission to come back. Mai-san saluted smartly. It seemed Hiyaraga-san was used to this behavior, as she didn't seem particularly concerned. You two are close. Before you joined, Tanaka-kun, Mai-chan and I were the only ones around the same age, so we had many opportunities to talk. That's right. Hiyaraga-senpai was originally a regular customer at this store, and that's how I invited her. The two of them looked at each other and explained with a friendly demeanor. I hadn't seen Hiyaraga-san talk so familiarly with anyone before, so it was surprising. Well then, let's work well together from now on. Got it, let's work well together. Yes. Oh, I have to get moving, so let's talk later. She glanced at the clock, hurriedly stood up, and quickly left the office. However, she seemed reluctant to leave, looking back wistfully as she went. Left alone in the room with Hiyaraga-san, the lively atmosphere that Mai-san brought with her vanished, leaving a quiet stillness. Mai-san is quite a lively person. Yes, she is. She used to be very quiet, though. Really? I can't imagine that at all. I couldn't picture someone as friendly as her being quiet. I thought she had always been like that. Until about her first year of middle school, she was rather quiet. Then, in her second year, she suddenly became more cheerful. I like both sides of her, but it seems she's become quite popular in middle school now. Wow, that's interesting. Was it a late middle school debut? Even if she changed herself forcefully, it was the result of her hard work and deserves respect. Changing oneself is not an easy task. With that kind of brightness, it's no wonder she's popular. Tanaka-san, do you prefer someone like Mai-chan? Her hesitant tone and shy upward glance, along with her reserved demeanor, made her seem cautious. No, I don't have a particular preference. Generally, people who are friendly tend to be popular, so that's all I meant. I see. Hiyaraga-san looked down diagonally, twirling the ends of her hair with her fingers as she murmured. Her expression was composed, and I couldn't tell if she was satisfied with my response. I never expected Hiyaraga-san to ask about my preferences in the opposite sex. I thought she wasn't interested in romantic matters, so it was surprising. Since the opportunity presented itself, I decided to ask her as well. I'm not really interested in romance, so I don't have any particular preferences. What about you, Hiyaraga-san? What kind of person do you like? Me. She blushed deeply, clearly not expecting the question. She seemed unaccustomed to such topics, her eyes darting nervously from side to side. Having asked the question, I suddenly realized that it might have been rude to ask a girl about her preferences, and I started to feel anxious. Oh, if you don't want to answer, that's fine. It's uncomfortable to talk about such things with the opposite sex. I'm sorry for being inconsiderate. And no, I was just surprised, so it's not that I don't want to answer. Let's see someone who looks at the inside, not just the outside. Blushing, she looked up at me somewhat cautiously. Her ears were red too, but her voice was soft, sincere, and seemed to convey a heartfelt sentiment. Could it be the man you mentioned before, the one who has been taking care of you? Yes. Her face turned even redder, making it clear that Hiyaraga-san truly liked that person. Seeing her flustered and embarrassed, which was so different from her usual calm demeanor, was unexpectedly endearing. You really like him, don't you? Am I that obvious? Yes, it's quite different from your usual behavior. You're right. I got flustered because you asked so suddenly. Oh no, it's not that you looked strange or anything. I think it's cute. It's just very noticeable. Is that so? Cute, huh? She mumbled to herself, gripping the handle of her bag tightly. She then looked down slightly, swaying her body gently from side to side. Why is she hesitating so much? Maybe she thought I was just being considerate. Please don't worry, I'm not lying to be polite. I really do think it's cute. Okay, I get it. Let's just end this conversation here. It's too embarrassing. I tried to convey that I wasn't lying, but she stopped me. Her face was bright red as she shook her head vigorously, clearly reaching her limit with this unfamiliar topic of romance. Understood. Just know that I'm supporting you, so do your best. If you'd like, I'm here to listen. Listen, you say. Yes, you always listen to my concerns, so it's only fair. Why yes, if the opportunity arises? It seemed this conversation had really affected her, as she blushed a peachy pink and became more reserved. Speaking of advice, thank you for helping me with the gift the other day. Oh yes, I'm glad I could help. It wasn't just that you helped. It's no exaggeration to say that her happiness was thanks to your advice, Hiyaraga-san. Without your suggestion to give 2 gifts, I wouldn't have been able to make her so happy. Without Hiyaraga-san's advice, I would have just given her a book, which would have been safe but unremarkable. Sato would have been pleased, but I wouldn't have been able to elicit such a joyful expression from her. Seeing that level of happiness was entirely thanks to Hiyaraga-san's advice. Did she really look that happy? Of course. She liked it so much that she started using it the next day, and her reaction when I gave it to her was incredible. What happened? I mentioned before that I like her smile, right? Why yes, you did. Her voice wavered slightly, and her eyes darted back and forth a few times. The smiles I had seen before were just faint ones, but the smile she gave when I gave her the gift was the kindest, softest smile I've ever seen. I can't quite put it into words, but it was something like that. It was clear she was really happy. She had such an expression. For a moment, she froze with wide eyes, then placed both hands on her cheeks and looked down. I couldn't help but be captivated by it. I could never tell her that, though. All right. Yes, it would be too embarrassing if she knew. Anyway, I understand how happy she was. It looks like it's time for our shift, so I'll head out first. Hiroga-san quickly said this and walked away briskly. I checked the clock and saw that it was almost time for our shift to start. That was close. I got so caught up in the conversation. I don't often have someone to talk to about these things, so I wanted to talk more, but it's a shame. I'll ask her to listen again next time. With a feeling of regret, I started getting ready for work. Chapter 2. Rumors about the most beautiful girl in school. The school library is located at the far end of the school building, beyond a connecting corridor. The building itself is old, and since there is a new library operated by the prefecture nearby, most people go there to study. Because of this, the school library is rarely used. On this day, I had a part-time job, so I had arranged to meet Sato at the library. After school, I left the classroom and headed to the library as usual. The presence of people noticeably decreased as I approached the library. Quietly, peacefully. The bustling classroom seemed like a lie in the silence. Since the teacher's talk dragged on, I left the classroom later than usual, and the hallway was less crowded than usual. However, it was still noisier compared to the empty classrooms now. Leaving the distant chatter behind, I walked briskly. The story I read this time was particularly interesting, and I couldn't wait to discuss it with Sato. I was sure it would be an exciting conversation. I reached the end of the school building, and all that was left was to cross the connecting corridor. Once I opened the door, I would see the corridor and the entrance to the library beyond. However, in front of that door, I saw a familiar figure. Leaning against the door with her head down, she stared at the book she was holding to her chest. The light from outside shone dimly through the glass window of the door, illuminating her black hair. "What's wrong? Why are you here?" "Oh, hello." Sato looked up at me. Her eyes lacked their usual sharpness and had a somewhat weak and fragile air about them. The last time she seemed this off was when she had a fever. However, she didn't seem feverish now, just more subdued than usual. Her clearly different demeanor made me worry. "Seriously, what's wrong?" Well." Her eyes wandered for a moment, as if she was unsure whether to speak or not. She furrowed her brows in a troubled manner. I was ready to listen if she wanted to talk, but if she didn't, I wouldn't press her. However, before Sato could respond, I heard the high-pitched voices of some girls from the connecting corridor beyond the door. Seriously, who does Sato-san think she is? Rejecting the club president's confession like that. Exactly. He confessed to her twice, and she turned him down both times. Right, normally you'd go out with him. Rejecting him in front of everyone is just too cruel. She could have at least given her answer later. She's getting too full of herself just because she's popular. There haven't been any rumors about her and guys for the past year, so there was nothing to complain about, but going after the club captain, who has so many fans, is just wrong. Seriously. And targeting him when we're in the same class and fans of the president too. It feels like she's doing it on purpose. The same words I had heard before. The voices, dripping with malice, were filled with jealousy and envy, causing an indescribable discomfort to well up from the depths of my heart. Were these the same people who had been talking before? I realized why Sato had stopped in front of the door. Oh, I see. At my words, Sato lowered her head and hugged herself, grasping her left shoulder with her right hand. Seeing her like that, something venomous spread within my chest. Trying to suppress the bitter emotions, I clenched my teeth and reached for the door. However, just as I was about to open it, a hand grabbed my sleeve, stopping me. "Please don't interfere. It will only make things worse." "I know, I'm not trying to defend you or anything." To make sure the girls on the other side of the door couldn't hear, Sato whispered as she tried to stop me. I gently removed her hand. Seeing her look up at me anxiously, I said, "Just hide behind something over there," and opened the door. The sound of the door sliding along the rails echoed. Noticing the sound, 3 girls looked in my direction. A girl with long, bright blonde hair gave me a suspicious look, while behind her, 2 others, one with a bob cut and brown hair and the other with a black ponytail, stared with wide eyes. I had seen those 3 girls before. They were probably in the same class as Sato. The blonde girl in the middle was likely named Ariju. Since even I knew her name, she must be quite famous in our grade. The 3 of them seemed unable to hide their confusion at my sudden appearance and stood frozen. As I took a step towards them, I thought about what to do next. Indeed, There were parts of their conversation that I could understand. If someone you supported confessed and was rejected, it would feel like the person who rejected them took something from you. That's understandable. However, that doesn't mean it's okay to gossip. It's not something that should be allowed. But as Sato said, addressing their gossip would be a bad move. Even if a stranger like me pointed it out, they wouldn't reflect on it or stop. In fact, rumors would spread that she was being defended by a guy, worsening the situation. Knowing this, I did nothing and couldn't do anything. As an unnoticed, unknown person in the class, I had nothing to oppose them with. But now, things are different. This place, this position, this timing. Miraculously, I have something that can oppose them just this once. The thing I hold most strongly. Just this once, it can be a weapon. Move aside. What suddenly? Speaking in a deliberately low, commanding tone, as expected, Araju-san frowned intimidatingly. I need to get to the library. The library. Yes, that's the library. I pointed to the door behind them, maintaining a blunt and unfriendly demeanor to make them uncomfortable. And could you keep it down? You're disturbing people who are trying to read. Why do I have to listen to you? You can read anywhere. Then you can talk anywhere too, right? Annoying. Books are gross, seriously, stop bothering us. Yeah, we don't have to listen to you. The girl with brown hair added, following the blonde girl's lead. How predictable, just as I expected. This time, the advantage is mine. It's clear that what I'm saying is correct, and they probably know it deep down too. But they still argue back because they see me as a lower, insignificant, and unnoticeable guy. They can't back down after being made uncomfortable by someone they consider beneath them. In that case, all I need to do is give them a reason to back down. That's why I deliberately brought up the topic of books. Don't make fun of books. Books have various charms. They enrich the mind and teach us many words. Moreover, books encapsulate the essence of past times. By reading them, you can understand the thoughts of the author and the era in which they lived. What? Don't start rambling like an otaku. You're talking so fast I can't understand you, and it's seriously gross. The blonde girl took a step back, clearly put off, and passed by me, leaving behind a parting insult. She glared at me as she walked past, but all three of them left. I wanted to talk more about the charm of books. I tried to act tough inside, but doing something I'm not used to is exhausting. I couldn't help but sigh from the invisible fatigue. Feeling drained, I leaned against a nearby pillar and slowly slid down to the ground. Sitting in the corridor, I lowered my gaze to the ground and exhaled again. When I looked up, I saw the cloudy sky between the corridor roof and the storage building. Thick clouds covered the sky, casting a dim light around. The heavy air lingered, making it a bit hard to breathe. As I stared blankly at the sky, a shadow blocked my view. Are you okay? Saito looked at me with concern, tilting her head slightly. Her black hair swayed gently with the movement. Her beautiful, jewel-like eyes met mine. I brushed the dust off my pants and stood up. I'm fine. I could hear the conversation from over there, but you suddenly started talking too much. Even I was put off by that. I just got verbally beaten by them, so could you not finish me off too? If you say that much to me right now, even my mental state will be affected. I shrugged my shoulders and tried to joke, but Saito kept her gaze fixed on me and let out an obvious sigh. You should have known how they would react. Thank you for helping me. I didn't do anything worth your thanks. I just chased them away, because I wouldn't be able to borrow books otherwise. Honestly, really. Despite her dissatisfied words, she showed a gentle smile. The sad and painful atmosphere from earlier was completely gone, replaced by a calm and soft expression. More importantly, are you okay? Yes, I'm used to things like that. I see. Just because she's used to it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. The pained expression she had earlier told that story. However, Saito was smiling gently, perhaps to keep me from worrying. She looked strong, dignified, and beautiful. Don't you ever confront them. Even if I did, nothing would change. It would only add fuel to the fire. Yeah, that's true. You knew that too, which is why you took such a roundabout approach, right? I told you it was for the books. That's enough of that. She looked at me with an exasperated expression, as if to say it was obvious. Do you often hear things like that? Yes, I've heard it from various people, but that was the first time it was that bad. They never thought well of me to begin with, but being confessed to must have made it worse. I see. Anyway, doing anything won't improve the situation, so we just have to wait for time to pass. That's all we can do. I agree with Sato's thinking. Time solves most problems. People's feelings change over time, for better or worse, so staying quiet until time passes is the best approach. I can't change this situation on my own. Sorry. I can't do anything about it by myself. No, really, I'm used to this, so don't worry about it. Besides, you've helped me many times already. Really? I've always been indebted to Sato, so I was just trying to repay her kindness. I didn't think I had done anything worth her gratitude. Yes, you have. Even this time, you deliberately put yourself in a position to be criticized. She looked at me with a pleading expression, her brows furrowed. Feeling uncomfortable, I gently turned my face away. It's fine. I don't care what strangers say about me. We probably won't talk again anyway. That's not the point. It's my problem. I can't stand my friend being spoken to like that. It made me a little angry. So, even you get angry sometimes. Of course I do. What do you think I am? She pouted slightly, looking at me with dissatisfaction. I'm a book lover. If you say that, then you're a book idiot. I let out a bitter laugh at her harsh words. You're saying the same thing as those people earlier. Well, that's true, but... Saito looked a bit troubled. I know. I also say things on purpose in front of you. Wait, you weren't being serious. Saito looked surprised, her eyes wide. How unexpected. Of course, I was doing it on purpose. Well, half of it was genuine. Unable to say either way, I averted my gaze. Anyway, I acted that way because I was irritated by how they spoke about you, so let's call it even okay. Yes, that's true. I was hoping they might be drawn to books, though. That's impossible. Even I, who knows you, was put off by that. And to those people, you're a stranger, right? A stranger suddenly talking like that is just suspicious. Her words were harsh, but she laughed softly, finding it amusing. Oh, thank goodness. Seeing her laugh, I felt relieved that the usual atmosphere had returned. Sato's smile suits her best. That pained expression didn't suit her at all. It didn't matter what people who had nothing to do with me said. It was worth doing something out of character. I felt a sense of relief, knowing she was finally smiling again. The day after I managed to bring back Sato's smile, I was at the school cafeteria with Kazuki. The cafeteria at this school is quite popular and bustling with many students during lunch break. Since it can accommodate all these people, the cafeteria is quite spacious. Countless long tables and chairs are lined up. While they are neatly arranged in the morning, by lunchtime, they become quite disorganized as students move them around. Various conversations filled the air, creating a lively and noisy atmosphere. The source of this noise was groups of friends gathered together. I was with Kazuki, and our conversation blended into the lively surroundings. The cafeteria is warm, unlike the rooftop last time. That's true. It was really cold that day. We had tried to make do with soup, but it was tough. Compared to that day, this place felt like heaven. The distant sound of the heater could be heard, emphasizing the warmth of the cafeteria. As I listened to the sound and took a bite of my curry, I glanced at the glass windows of the cafeteria. The cloudy sky outside made the scene look murky, and the windows were fogged up with condensation. As I slowly swallowed my food while gazing at the scene, Kazuki suddenly raised his voice as if he had remembered something. Oh, by the way, I heard a creepy otaku showed up at the library yesterday. Huh, what's that about? Oh, come on. Who is that guy? What was he doing in front of the sacred library? Apparently, 3 girls were talking, and he suddenly appeared and started talking about books. Seriously, that sounds like a total weirdo. It was definitely me. I tried to play dumb and respond somehow. Hearing the story from someone else, I realized I sounded like a complete weirdo. The image of Sato's horrified face from yesterday flashed in my mind. They said he was wearing black-rimmed glasses, looked like a typical introvert, and started explaining things super fast. Something about the charm of books. Wow, there are people like that, huh? You're trying to play dumb, but your responses sound so forced. This was you, wasn't it, Minato? Kazuki looked at me with exasperation. Seriously, what were you thinking? Even I would be put off if someone suddenly appeared and started talking like that. Shut up. There were unavoidable circumstances. I see. Knowing you, Minato, there must have been a reason, but this is just too funny. You came off as a complete weirdo. He seemed to understand that there was a reason, but he still laughed, finding it amusing, so I glared at him. After that, we continued with our trivial conversation. Occasionally chatting with Kazuki, I enjoyed my curry and savored the lunch break. Just as I was about to finish my meal, I heard a conversation from the boys behind us. "Oh, there's Sato-san. Yeah, she's as cute as ever. If only she were a bit friendlier with the boys." "No way. I heard even the captain of the soccer club got rejected by her. Now some girls are giving her the stink eye." Seriously, girls can be scary. I looked around the cafeteria at the sound of their voices and saw a familiar sight, a group drawing attention from everyone around. At the center, of course, was Sato, her beautiful black hair shimmering. That much was as usual, but among the people surrounding Sato's group, there were a few girls giving her sharp looks. Among them were the 3 girls I saw yesterday. They were glaring at Sato with dark, hateful eyes and talking about something. It seemed their feelings hadn't changed. Yesterday, the situation had aligned perfectly, allowing me to do something, but the problem itself hadn't been resolved. When we returned from the rooftop to the classroom the other day, I heard people badmouthing Sato. Yesterday, I heard similar gossip again. Wow, if even you heard about it, Minato, it must be spreading quite a bit. Is it really that widespread? Kazuki's eyes widened in surprise, and I couldn't help but ask. The situation surrounding Sato might be worse than I had imagined. Not that many people are actually badmouthing her, but a lot of people probably know that such gossip is going around. Especially since we're in the same grade as Sato-san, most of the second-year students probably know about it. That much, huh? Well, a famous person got confessed to by another famous person and rejected him. It's only natural that people would talk about it. Romantic affairs are especially prone to becoming hot topics. Kazuki sighed, as if he had experienced something similar before. But the current rumor is that fans of the soccer club captain, who are jealous of Sato-san, are the ones spreading the gossip. So, I don't think it will get too bad. Kazuki's words brought me a bit of relief. Changing the atmosphere of a school is difficult. As long as that atmosphere doesn't turn into hostility towards Sato, I can be somewhat reassured. However, there is still gossip, and it is hurting Sato. Unfortunately, I couldn't think of a way to eliminate it by myself. With my position at school, I can't change the atmosphere. There was nothing I could do from my position, but Kazuki is different. He has many things that I don't. If anyone could find a way, it might be Kazuki. Is there no way to stop the gossip itself? Why, do you have something going on with Sato-san? He looked at me with curious, probing eyes. Nothing at all. Really? The gossip about the badmouthing has died down, but there's another rumor about Sato-san. Apparently, someone saw her talking to a guy in the library. His expression was confident, as if he already knew everything. Reluctantly, I opened my mouth. "Sai, I talked to her about books a while ago, so it was probably then." "Oh, you're straightforward about that. I thought you'd be more stubborn." At this point, there was no way to hide it. "Since you've already figured it out, I have no choice but to admit it, but there's nothing like what you're imagining. We only talked that one time." "I see." He looked at me with eyes that seemed somewhat distrustful, but I had no intention of telling him more. If I did, he would just keep asking more questions. Sensing my attitude, he seemed to give up on pursuing the matter further and returned to a calm expression. "About your earlier question, unfortunately, there's nothing I can do. If I were to caution the girls who are gossiping, it would only make things worse by making it seem like I'm defending Sato-san. Telling the teachers wouldn't help much either. It might stop for a moment, but it would soon start again, probably even worse." Kazuki spoke thoughtfully, resting his hand on his chin. Everything he said were methods I had already considered and given up on. "You probably already thought of this, right? Even so, you asked because you wanted to know if there was something only I could do. If there's anything, it might be asking some of the girls I'm close with to help. But since I treat everyone equally, if I start giving special treatment to some girls, it might cause others to start gossiping." That's true. The hope I had placed in Kazuki's unique methods was dashed. "Sorry. I know you care about this and I'd like to help if I could, but it's impossible. I've failed at this before. The best thing to do is to leave it to time." Kazuki's expression, tinged with frustration, was far from his usual self. His serious gaze seemed to be warning me, and he ended with a small, resigned smile. "Thanks for thinking it through. Honestly, I didn't expect you to give such a serious answer. This situation is too similar to something from my past. Think of it as advice from a guy who failed miserably. I wondered if he was referring to the girl he liked that he had mentioned before. I was curious, but if he didn't want to talk about it, I wouldn't ask. What's important is Kazuki's advice. His experience of failure has shaped who he is now, and he's telling me not to get involved. The fact that he, who usually jokes around, was serious made it all the more convincing. So I nodded. Yeah, I understand. I knew there was nothing I could do alone, and if Kazuki couldn't help either, I had no choice but to give up. But the frustration and helplessness wouldn't go away and lingered within me. Recently, it's been unusually rainy for this time of winter. The rain continues to fall endlessly, as if the sky is shedding tears, constantly wetting the ground. Raindrops create ripples in the puddles on the ground, repeatedly disturbing the water's surface, announcing their presence to the surroundings. I left the school building and gazed at the scene spreading across the schoolyard. I had walked home with Sato on a rainy day before, but today it seemed she had brought an umbrella. She wasn't under the roof of the school entrance. Only unfamiliar people were seen leaving together. I remember that day. The events of that day are still vividly imprinted in my memory. The feeling of being so close under the same umbrella that our shoulders almost touched. The sweet and pleasant scent of her. The nervous rush to get home, all of it is still fresh in my memory. After that, for some reason, I was invited into her house, the time we spent alone together. The conversation we had while waiting for the thunder to stop. The final goodbye, remembering all of it made my cheeks slightly warm. Sigh. I let out a sigh, as if to release the heat. It's not that I see her as a romantic interest. But on that day, I couldn't help but feel a strong sense of her as the opposite sex, and I can't shake off the guilt. As it has always been, and especially recently, it's clear that Sato doesn't see me as the opposite sex at all. She treats me as a friend, someone who shares her interests. It's unacceptable for me to be aware of her as the opposite sex. We can be together because we're friends, but not as a man and a woman. Fortunately, recently, most of my interactions with Sato have been about books, and nothing particularly strange has happened, so I haven't been conscious of it. However, if she finds out that I'm aware of her as the opposite sex, she will distance herself. Even if she doesn't find out, just showing such behavior would make her wary. That's why I will never see her as a girl. I will treat her as a friend who shares my interests. I don't want to lose such an important friend. I reaffirmed this in my heart. To show my resolve, I pressed my foot firmly into the ground and took a step forward. As I walked the path to Sato's house with my umbrella, the sound of water splashing echoed with each step. It was as if the sound marked the path I had taken. Leaving such marks behind, I moved forward. By the time I reached Sato's house, it was already night. The sun was nowhere to be seen, and only darkness enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by the sound of rain. It was even colder than during the day, and the chills stung my cheeks. When I exhaled, a faint white mist appeared. Watching the mist dissolve into the air, I rang the doorbell as usual. After a short wait, the door opened with a click. Sato came out, holding 2 books against her chest with one hand. Good evening. Good evening. Here are the books I borrowed yesterday. Thank you, and here are the next books. We exchanged the books we were holding. Thanks. This one was interesting too. I'm glad to hear that. What did you like the most? This work is interesting not only for solving the cases, but also for its complex human relationships, right? Yes, that's true. I was particularly drawn to the human relationships in this work. I see. Indeed, this one is quite complex. Sato nodded thoughtfully. While an interesting story is important, having characters with human depth adds to the appeal. Complex relationships, past traumas, and intertwined emotions give the story more depth, making characters with quirks and complexities more appealing than straightforward ones. Out of all the characters this time, I liked that old lady the most. Really? You like someone that old? Hey, I'm talking about her personality, not as a romantic interest. I quickly corrected Sato, who had a slightly puzzled expression. I didn't want to be misunderstood as having a thing for older women. Sato chuckled, finding it amusing. I'm just joking, I understand. Sato's playful smile was as charming as ever. Unlike her usual calm and cool demeanor, she looked soft and bright. Sato's smile really suits her. Realizing this again, we got excited discussing the book. After a lively conversation, Sato suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I forgot to ask. When are you available next week?" "Ah, next week. I'll be at the library on Monday and Friday." "Got it, let me make a note of that." Saying that, she took out her smartphone from her pocket and turned it on. At that moment, I caught a glimpse of the lock screen photo. What is it?" She tilted her head curiously after finishing typing in the memo app. "It's just a regular memo app, right? Is there something strange about it?" "No, not that. I meant the lock screen." For a moment, she froze in surprise, but then she realized what I was referring to and blushed slightly. She quickly hugged her phone to her chest to hide the screen. However, through the gap in her arms, I could see the photo of the bookmark I had given her. It's my choice what I set as my lock screen, isn't it?" "Oh yeah. I'm not blaming you or anything." "Then what is it?" She seemed quite embarrassed that I had seen it, her face turning red as she spoke coldly. I shrugged my shoulders gently under her glaring gaze. "No, I just thought you must really like it." "Of course, it's very beautiful. Is it wrong to set my favorite thing as my lock screen, or do you have a problem with it?" "No, not at all." Her face clearly said, "Don't touch this topic any further," so I smiled wryly and stopped talking about it. "By the way, how are the rumors?" "Not much time has passed, so the situation is still the same. I'm sure it will settle down after the winter break, so I'll just have to endure until then." "I see. Well, you're cute, so it's natural for you to be the subject of rumors, but I hope it settles down soon." I didn't want to see Sato hurt anymore. If she said she was fine, I couldn't say anything more, but I still didn't want to see her in pain. That was my intention, but Sato latched onto something unexpected. "Cute." She looked surprised, then lowered her gaze slightly. She looked up at me again, hesitantly. "I'm talking about an objective fact. You're often called the most beautiful girl in school. So many people find you eye-catching. But you never show any interest in my appearance." "Of course not. You hate that kind of attention the most, don't you?" Our conversation repeated many times. My answer is always the same, "As she wishes," so that this relationship doesn't break, because I don't want to lose something important, so my answer doesn't change. "I'm borrowing books from you." It would be worse if a misunderstanding happened and I couldn't borrow books anymore. "Don't worry, I'll never fall in love with you." Reacting to the word cute, I thought she might be suspicious of me, so I reassured her more than usual. I expected her to laugh in exasperation again, but Sato's reaction was different. "That's reassuring." Sato slowly spoke, smiling faintly. It was the same artificial smile I had seen before. But this time, the mask was incomplete, and her emotions leaked through. The sad and pained smile was very painful to see, and I immediately realized that I had hurt her. Sorry, I forgot I left the kettle on. I'll excuse myself now." Suddenly, Sato said that and went inside. The sound of the door closing echoed through the hallway. That sound seemed to signify the closing of the relationship between us, and I stood there in a daze. The sound of the rain, which had intensified, was the only thing that sounded unusually loud. Sato sighed. As soon as I closed the door and went inside, tears started to fall. I knew it all along. No matter how much I wiped them away, the tears wouldn't stop. I knew he wouldn't fall in love with me. I knew he only saw me as a friend. So why did I get my hopes up? Why did I think that maybe, just maybe, he might like me as more than a friend? I knew it was impossible. My head knew it. The tears wouldn't stop, and I couldn't do anything about it. I crouched down in the entranceway, continuing to cry. It was painful, it was heartbreaking, and I couldn't do anything but cry. "You are cute, so it's natural for you to be the subject of rumors." Because he said that, I got my hopes up. Even though I knew what the answer would be, I couldn't help but ask. Why did I do something so foolish? I felt a sob rising and bit down on my back teeth to swallow the painful feeling. He would never fall in love with me. There was nothing more than friendship between us. I kept telling myself that, but I couldn't suppress the desire to know. I couldn't control myself. If I hadn't asked, I could have still held on to hope. But I was greedy and asked, and this is the result. "I'll never fall in love with you." Such a despairingly certain statement. He said it so clearly. It's not like he said something cruel. We've had similar conversations before. Each time, he would bring up the book lending and borrowing, declaring that there was no misunderstanding. And I would laugh and accept those words, feeling reassured. So, it's not his fault. The one who changed is me. After realizing my feelings for him, I started being swayed by his words and began to have expectations on my own. I kept telling myself not to get my hopes up. I knew nothing would come of it even if I did. Why did I ask? My actions were so foolish that I let out a self-mocking laugh. But when someone says, cute, it's normal to have expectations. After all, he rarely says things like that. When he suddenly says something like that, you can't help but think there might be something more. You can't help but have a little hope. There's nothing more delightful than being called cute by someone you like, even if there's no deep meaning behind it. Knowing that, I still couldn't help but feel happy. It's really unfair. I'm the only one who gets conscious. It wouldn't hurt if he was a little conscious of me too. Well, that possibility is gone now. Even if I don't attract many people, it would have been enough if he was the only one who liked me. But the one person I like doesn't like me back. I completely understand that there's no chance. But I have no intention of giving up on these feelings. I can't let go. He's too important to me to give up on. He's my hero. He always helps me, protects me, and comes to my rescue when I'm in trouble. Even the other day, what he did was unfair. It was cowardly. He used such a self-sacrificing method just to keep me away from the gossip. I didn't want him to be spoken of badly, but with the way he did it, I can't complain. He did it for me. I can't blame him for that. I don't want him to do it that way again, but I can't stop him. He's really unfair. Usually, he's blunt and indifferent, only interested in books, but in times like that, he's kind. It's honestly unfair. How can I give up after something like that, even if there's no hope left? Usually, he's a bookworm, but I wish he wouldn't be kind only when I'm in trouble. There are other things I want to say to him. It's not his fault, but I want to complain a little. He only talks about books. It's fun, of course, but sometimes I want to talk about other things. Like what he likes, his hobbies, what he does in his free time. Though I know it's all about books. Complaining to him in my mind made me feel a bit calmer. I might have done something bad to him. Ending the conversation so abruptly and leaving, did it make him feel bad? I was trying to hide the fact that I was about to cry, but my attitude might have been harsh. And did I manage to smile properly? He can't find out about my feelings. If I acted unnaturally and showed a face that looked like I was about to cry, he might notice. So, I tried to smile and cover it up. If he finds out about my feelings, he'll reject me, and we won't be able to be together anymore. I don't want that. I want to keep talking with him by my side. I want to keep exchanging books forever. So, please, don't let him find out. I don't want to lose someone important again. The next day, when I woke up, my eyes were slightly swollen, probably from crying. I had cooled my eyelids before going to bed, but it still seemed to have left a mark. I slowly got up and opened the curtains. The rain from yesterday hadn't stopped, and the sky was covered with thick clouds, making it dim. The gloomy scenery matched my mood, and the heavy feeling from yesterday still weighed on my heart like lead. Today is Saturday, so there's no school, and he won't be coming over. We usually only exchange books on weekdays, and we don't do it on weekends. We didn't specifically agree on this, but he seems to feel a bit guilty about borrowing books from me all the time, so he probably refrains from doing so. Besides, he must have other books to read, so he might be reading those. So, normally I wouldn't see him today, but unfortunately our work shifts overlap today. I usually don't think much about seeing him, but because of what happened yesterday, I'm feeling a bit gloomy. Will I be able to talk to him properly? I'm still carrying the feelings from yesterday, so I don't know if I can act like I usually do. But I've been indebted to that store for a long time, and I can't just skip work. Besides, I'm scared, but I also want to know if he noticed my feelings. I can't ask him directly as Riane Sato, but if I consult him as Riane Hiyaragi, he will probably talk to me honestly, and it won't make things more awkward. Additionally, with his perceptiveness, he probably hasn't fully realized my feelings, so using this position, I can skillfully cover it up. It's unfair, but if it means we can still be together, I don't mind. I felt a self-punishing pain in my chest from piling up lies, but I pretended not to notice. The afternoon shift was extremely busy. We worked tirelessly to ensure that no customers were kept waiting. This stylish cafe, known for its slightly higher-priced dishes, rarely saw students. Instead, Elderly couples, working women, and adult couples were frequent visitors. Lunchtime was especially crowded, leaving no time to talk to him about anything other than work, and the hours passed by as we focused solely on our tasks. Guiding customers to their tables, taking orders, and serving food in the brightly lit cafe. We performed our usual tasks with practiced ease. The flow of customers never stopped, continuing until the end of our shift. Good job, Tanaka-kun and Hiyaraga-san. You can clock out now. Sorry for keeping you a bit longer. No problem, I'll be leaving now. Understood, thank you. Finally, as the flow of customers slowed down a bit, he and I finished our shift. Checking the time, it was 4 p.m. We usually finish 10 minutes earlier, so it was indeed a bit late. But without paying much attention to it, we ended our shift and headed to the back of the store, entering the office. I'm exhausted. Really? It's been a while since I worked a Saturday afternoon shift, and it's so busy. Today was especially busy. It's usually a bit quieter. Is that so? Good, we're talking naturally. I was worried about whether I could talk to him smoothly, but the conversation started off well. I quietly sighed in relief. How's the job? Are you getting used to it? Yes, I've learned most of the tasks, so I think you can stop being my mentor, Hiyaraga-san. Thank you for everything. No problem, it's my job. Even so, you've been very kind in teaching me. You've also listened to my personal concerns, and I can't thank you enough. Concerns, huh? Most of them are about me, so I feel a lot of guilt listening to them. But it's also a rare opportunity to hear his honest feelings, so part of me doesn't want to let it go. Of course, the main reason I can't talk about it is that I don't want him to know why I'm working here. I plan to tell him someday. We can't stay like this forever. I can't keep eavesdropping on his feelings. But today, I can't give up this position. Even if it's unfair, I want to stay with him as his friend. Just as I was about to bring up the topic of our conversation, he, on the contrary, with a serious expression, brought up a concern. Hiyaraga-san, I know I've asked before, but can I ask you for some advice again? Yes, of course. What's the matter? Hearing his voice, low and somber like I'd never heard before, I instantly knew it was about yesterday. How much had he realized? What did he feel in response to my actions? And what was he thinking now? Swallowing hard, I steeled myself for whatever was coming next and silently waited for his next words. Actually, yesterday, when I was talking to her, the conversation turned to confirming the nature of our relationship. Confirming the nature of your relationship? Yes. Actually, she's a very attractive person, but yesterday she said, "You don't show any interest in me, do you?" Of course, I think of her as a friend, and I know she thinks of me as a friend too, so there's no misunderstanding. To reassure her, I said, "I'll never fall in love with you," but it seems I ended up hurting her. His words were weak, as if he was troubled. It wasn't the cheerful atmosphere he had at work or the lazy demeanor he had at school. Seeing this side of him for the first time made my chest ache. It wasn't his fault. I was the one who got my hopes up and got hurt. I felt sorry for causing him distress. As I hesitated, unable to find the right words to say, he continued softly. What did I do wrong? We've had similar conversations before, and she seemed reassured then. Was it my choice of words? That's not it. Oh, I mean, I don't think that's the issue. It's not your fault, Tanaka-san. It's probably her problem. Her problem? I hesitated, unsure how to explain it to him as he looked at me with a serious expression. I could still mislead him about the meaning of her problem and keep him from realizing my feelings. I could skillfully guide the conversation to restore our usual daily routine. Until just a moment ago, that was my plan. Even if it was unfair or cowardly, I didn't mind as long as I could stay his friend. But seeing the expression on his face made my chest ache. My selfish feelings had hurt him and caused him confusion. I felt sorry, pained, and couldn't bear to see that expression on his face any longer. So, I'll tell him. I'm scared, anxious, and terrified of what will happen next. My voice trembled slightly as I confessed. When I said it's her problem, I meant that she might have some feelings for you as more than just a friend. I see. I had considered that possibility a little, but I couldn't quite imagine it. I knew it. He furrowed his brows in confusion, looking troubled. As expected, his perceptiveness had made him somewhat aware of my feelings. He probably didn't know how to react. His eyes darted from side to side, and he awkwardly scratched his neck with his right hand. Seeing him like that, regret washed over me and my chest tightened. He had figured it out. What should I do? What will happen to our relationship now? At the very least, things can't go back to the way they were. If we can't remain friends, then this relationship is over. My feelings will only be a burden to him. If others find out, he'll attract attention, and there will be gossip and rumors. If it means being a nuisance to him, I'd rather distance myself while we can still be friends. Suddenly, I wondered if he felt the same way. It was selfish of me, but I hoped he would forgive me just this once. I used the current situation to find out without directly confessing. Is her affection a burden to you? No, it's definitely not a burden. What? His clear and firm response to my determined question was so unexpected that my mind went blank for a moment. What did he just say? Did I mishear him? I couldn't believe what had happened. It felt like a dream. But the earnest look in his eyes told me it wasn't a dream. Of course, it was sudden and I was confused. But I didn't feel burdened or uncomfortable. If anything, I was more in disbelief. Even though she's been kinder lately, her usual attitude is, well, what? I love reading books, and to explain how much I love them, I once said that reading was my fourth basic need, along with eating, sleeping, and, well, desire. She looked at me with a cold, confused expression, as if to say she didn't understand. I see. As a consultant, I nodded, but my internal reaction remained unchanged. What? The 4 basic needs? I really don't understand. He seems to think that everyone who loves reading would agree with him, but that's just him. Well, because of that, while I've often felt that she trusts me, I've never really felt that she has romantic feelings for me. She usually responds quite indifferently. I see. Yes, it's just a guess that she might have feelings for me, and even if she does, she hasn't asked anything of me, so I think she wants to stay friends. Yes, I think so too. He really understands. It's as if he can see right through me. Although he's still somewhat skeptical about my feelings, which I've desperately tried to hide, his kindness is greatly appreciated. It felt like he was saying it's okay for us to stay together, and that made me happy. I still think it's more likely that she sees me as a friend. But if I keep in mind that there's a possibility she might have feelings for me, I won't hurt her like I did this time, right? Yes, that's right. I think that would be fine. Understood. Even if I do have feelings for her, I don't think it would be a bother. Besides, I don't even know if those feelings exist. Instead of worrying about that, I just want to enjoy the relationship I have with her now. His refreshing declaration wipes away all the anxiety in my heart. So, it's okay for me to stay by his side. That thought fills me with such relief that I can't help but feel my expression soften. Panicking, I quickly compose myself, pressing my lips together tightly to keep them from giving me away. Just as I do, he catches me off guard. She's my first book friend, so I want to cherish this relationship. At first, don't say that so suddenly. I was trying so hard to stay calm, but now my face is heating up. Still, I managed to hide my reaction by looking down. Yes, well, there weren't many people around me who read books, and even if there were, their tastes didn't match mine. So, she's my first book friend. Honestly, talking with her is always fun. Really, is that so? His first book friend, huh? That makes me so happy. It feels like I've become special to him in some way, and I can't stop grinning. I've been given permission to stay by his side as a friend, so I won't let anyone take this place from me. I continued to smile, hiding it behind my hair. As we continued chatting about trivial things, the office door opened. Oh, you haven't left yet. Oh, it's Hiraga-senpai and Tanaka-senpai. He turned around, and there stood the manager and Mai-chan, who had opened the door. I quickly checked the time and saw that it was 4:20 p.m. I hadn't realized we had been talking for so long. What I thought was a short conversation had turned into a lengthy one. Oh, sorry, I'll be leaving now, he said, looking at me. Thank you for listening to my concerns again today. I appreciate it. Yes, anytime. I'm always here if you need me. He hurriedly left the office. As I was about to leave, the manager looked at me warmly. I'm glad I made you Tanaka-kun's mentor, Riane-chan. Really? Yes. Since I stopped having my help out, there haven't been many people around his age, and he seemed to avoid interacting with others. You noticed? Of course, I've known him for a long time as a regular customer. You can tell after talking to someone many times. Feeling uncomfortable under her watchful gaze, I quietly averted my eyes. I still can't seem to stand up to this person. She's one of the few allies I have, in a different way from my mother. Your demeanor has softened quite a bit. I'm relieved. I don't really notice it myself, but maybe I've changed a little. I think it's more because of my encounters with him at school, but he's the same person at work, so it's similar. Thank you so much for everything. When I was about to enter high school, you even went out of your way to offer me this part-time job. It's fine, I wanted to help in some way. Besides, I thought it would be good for you to have at least one place where you could be yourself, Riane-chan. Thank you so much, I'll be leaving now. Oh, I'm heading out too, so let's go to the changing room together. Mai-chan followed me with quick steps as we left the office. Hee, I'm rooting for you, you know. I heard the manager's cheerful voice from behind. We left the office and entered the changing room to start changing. I took out my folded casual clothes from the locker. What did the manager mean by her last words? Oh, it's about Hiraga-senpai and Tanaka-senpai. Mom thinks that Hiraga-senpai's softened demeanor recently is because she fell in love with Tanaka-senpai, so that's probably why. What? What are you talking about? That's not true at all. Manager, what kind of imagination do you have? Of course, it's possible she misunderstood because I often talk with him, but my position as Riane Hiragi is strictly as a consultant. I firmly denied it, but Mai-chan narrowed her eyes with a mischievous smile. Really? Are you sure? You two often talk alone. From my perspective, you seemed quite close. That's because I was listening to his concerns. He sometimes has things he's troubled about, and I was just listening to him. I tried to maintain my composure and spoke carefully to avoid stumbling over my words. I wasn't lying. The fact that the consultation topics were often about me, or that I felt a bit happy hearing them, didn't change the truth that I was listening to his concerns. Is that so? When I saw you two talking the other day, Hiraga-san's face was a bit red, so I thought for sure you were blushing while talking to Tanaka-san. What, did that really happen? It did, you definitely had the look of someone in love. Come on, confess, I won't tell anyone. In moments like these, I really think she takes after the manager. She's so eager for love stories, her sparkling eyes were dazzling. That's not true. Oh, come on, just admit it already. Just say it lightly. I told you the person I like isn't Tanaka-san, there's someone at school. She was so persistent that I ended up confessing. I couldn't talk about the complicated relationship between me and him, but I couldn't let them create a strange situation where Riane Hiragi likes the guy from work. At least I avoided making things more complicated, but Mai-chan's eyes widened in surprise. What? Really? No way, that's unexpected. It's not a lie, there's someone I'm close with at school. Really? Wait, but at school, you're the beautiful Hiraga-san, or rather, Sato-san, right? That's right. Then wouldn't there be a huge rumor if you were close to someone? We talk quietly in secret. Wow, that's amazing. It's like something out of a story. As Mai-chan exclaimed in awe, I sighed quietly to myself. If that makes a story, then what about the strange relationship between me and him now? What kind of person is he? He wears glasses and isn't very noticeable. He often spends time alone. Oh, so he's a quiet type. Quite the opposite of Tanaka-san. Considering that, I guess I was mistaken. She crossed her arms and made a thoughtful face, but soon nodded in understanding. The person I like is actually Tanaka-san, though. It's a bit surprising that you like someone like that. What do you like about him? Well, it was the first time I had ever revealed my feelings to someone, and having this kind of conversation was new to me. I was used to listening to others' stories, but I had always avoided talking about my own romantic feelings, so I never had the chance. She looked at me with such keen interest that I felt my face heat up as I confessed. The reason is that he sees me for who I am. Ah, I see. Hiraga-san, you've had a hard time because of your appearance. It seems simple, but I understand. I did think it was a bit simple myself, but her comment made me a little annoyed. He has other good qualities too. Of course, that's just the beginning. There are other things too. Oh, what else do you like about him? He helps me when I'm in trouble, and although he can be blunt, he's actually very kind. Oh, and his reaction when he sees something he loves is like a child's, which is really cute. As I talked, I started to feel more and more embarrassed. I guess doing something I'm not used to isn't a good idea. Unable to bear the embarrassment, I stopped talking. Anyway, that's why, please stop trying to pair me up with Tanaka-san or anything weird like that, okay? Okay. Seeing your reaction, I understand that you really like him, so I won't do anything. I'll let my mom know too. Thank you. Even though I ended up talking about my feelings, I was relieved that I managed to avoid making things more complicated. Chapter 3, Wanting to Save the Most Beautiful Girl in School. Through my consultation with Hiyaraga-san, I figured out how I should face Sato from now on. It's still hard to believe that Sato has feelings for me, but considering her reaction, it's not impossible. Hiyaraga-san also reached the same conclusion. However, I don't recall receiving any signs of affection from her. Maybe I just didn't notice, but at least there were no obvious signs. I do remember her giving me cold looks several times. She probably wants to interact with me as a friend. Whether or not she has romantic feelings, that much is certain. As for me, even though I understand the possibility that Sato might have feelings for me, I still strongly feel that she only sees me as a friend. Therefore, it's best to continue interacting with her as a friend. Even if that means postponing the issue, it's fine for now. Since it's just a possibility, there's no point in overthinking it. It's best to keep that possibility in mind just a little. I don't want to rush and complicate our relationship unnecessarily. So, I decided to maintain my usual calm demeanor and interact with her as I always have. This one was interesting too. Thanks. You always say it's interesting. Well, it really is interesting, so I can't help it. The week after consulting with Hiyaraga-san arrived, and fortunately, my relationship with Sato hadn't become strained. We continued as usual. At first, things were a bit awkward between us, but after a few days, that awkwardness disappeared completely. We enjoyed discussing our thoughts on books together. This current relationship was so comfortable that I didn't want to lose it. After finishing our discussion in the library, Sato and I smiled at each other, satisfied. By the way, what do you do on weekends? She looked up at me shyly, her eyes filled with curiosity. I was a bit surprised by the unexpected question. While we often talked about books, personal questions were rare. Despite my confusion, I decided to answer as usual. Do you really want to know? I traveled to various places recently. Huh, you went out. I thought you were definitely a homebody. She seemed genuinely surprised, her beautiful eyes widening and blinking rapidly. Hey, don't underestimate me. Where did you go? First, I went to a hot spring resort and encountered a murder scene there. What do you mean? Sato panicked, leaning forward slightly in her haste. I continued. I became a detective and solved the case. What? She quickly regained her composure, her wide eyes turning into a skeptical gaze. After that, I was transported to another world, went on an adventure with an elf, and defeated the Demon King. Isn't that a bit too much? And an elf? That's how I spent last weekend, traveling in my mind as the protagonist of a book. Sigh, I figured as much. Sato let out a big sigh, quietly slumping her shoulders. When she slowly looked up, she gave me a pitying look as if she were disappointed. Hey, what's with that look? Oh, nothing. I just thought you were being your usual self. Her cold gaze pierced me. Yeah, there's no way she has feelings for me. That icy stare was starting to get to me, so I shrugged playfully and looked away. I'll take that as a compliment. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. With our farewell, I started walking away. At the same time, I noticed Sato at the edge of my vision, searching her backpack for a book. Soon, I heard her puzzled voice. Huh. What's wrong? I stopped and turned to face Sato. She looked up at me. I can't find my book. What? Sato furrowed her brows in confusion, peered into her bag again, and then sighed softly. It's definitely not here. I think I might have left it at home. Really? Probably. Sato nodded anxiously, her expression darkening slightly. A twinge of worry crossed my mind, but I tried to keep it from showing on my face. Well, for now, you should go home and check. If it's not there, it must be at school. In that case, you can ask a teacher about it. You're right. Trying to act cheerful, I saw Sato force a smile. But it wasn't perfect, and anxiety was evident. I hate to say it, but if it's just a book, can't you just buy another one if worst comes to worst? That's true, but this one is a book you gave me, and also, the glass bookmark is inside the book. I see. Understanding why she was so concerned, I couldn't think of any comforting words to say. I knew better than anyone how much Sato cherished the bookmark I gave her. The gentle look in her eyes when she gazed at it, the careful way she handled it. She even set it as her phone's lock screen and occasionally admired it. Offering light words of comfort to someone who lost something so precious was the last thing she needed. But I didn't know what else to say. Noticing my confusion, Sato raised her voice brightly. "There's no point in worrying about it now. It's okay, I'm sure it's at home. I sometimes forget things, so this is probably just one of those times." "I see. Yes, so don't worry about it. You have plans today, right?" "Got it." Encouraged by Sato's smiling words, I moved towards the exit. If Sato says it's at home, then it must be. I strongly hoped it would be there. But the lingering anxiety remained heavy in my heart. The next day, the weather was stormy. Unlike the gentle rain that had been falling recently, a heavy downpour lashed the ground. The overcast sky spread overhead, making it dim even during the day. The school building was lit up, creating an atmosphere that felt like night. During class, it was quiet, so the sound of the rain hitting the ground echoed loudly in the classroom. In the silence, only the teacher's monotonous voice and the heavy rain asserted their presence. Despite hearing those sounds, my mind was preoccupied with yesterday's events. After finishing my shift and returning home yesterday, I received no message from Sato. I had hoped to get a message saying, "I found it at home," after work. Unfortunately, my faint hope was quickly dashed. I kept waiting for a message, but none came until now. The last message exchange with Sato was about our previous book discussion. I was very concerned about whether she found the book, and I debated whether to contact her, but in the end, I didn't. I can't imagine that Sato forgot to send a message, so there must be some reason. Although I have a vague idea of what it might be, I'm still not sure. If I'm going to ask, I'll ask directly. If she found it, that's great, and if she didn't, please let her have found it. I sincerely hope so. I don't want to see Sato looking so anxious. I want her to have her smile back. I want to see that smile again. Please let it be there. I waited for the end of the school day with a strong sense of hope. That concludes today's lesson. Stand, bow, sit. After the homeroom session ended, I quickly headed to Sato's house. Other classes had also finished, and the hallway was crowded and noisy. The space became cramped with people, but I navigated through the gaps and exited the school building. Outside, the heavy rain continued. The rain splashed on the ground, turning it into a muddy mess. Even with an umbrella, my feet kept getting wetter, and muddy water seeped into my shoes. My socks were damp and clung to the soles of my feet, feeling uncomfortable. Splat, splat. With each step, the water spread under my feet and soaked in again. It felt heavier than usual, as if something was trying to prevent me from going to Sato's house. But even so, I kept moving my feet and continued through the stormy rain. I finally reached Sato's apartment and stood in front of her door. Thanks to the roof, I was no longer getting wet, but my feet were already soaked. Water dripped slowly, creating a puddle where I stood. A sigh. I deliberately exhaled to steady my breathing. There was no sign of people around, and in the silence, only the sound of the heavy rain echoed like the roar of the heavens. With lingering anxiety about what was to come, I rang the doorbell. The monotonous electronic sound echoed once, but there was no response. I waited for a bit, but the door didn't open, so I pressed the doorbell again. Still, there was no answer. Could she not be home? Until now, Sato had always returned home earlier, so by the time I arrived at her house, she was already inside. Therefore, she had always answered the doorbell. My anxiety grew with this unusual situation. If she hasn't come home yet, where could Sato be? We had confirmed last week that we would meet at her house today, so I didn't think she would have mistaken it for the library. Then, where could she be? Worried, I couldn't stick to the idea of asking her directly, so I took out my phone from my pocket to contact her. "Oh, you're already here." A voice called out from behind. "Oh, yeah." I turned around hastily to see Sato, her usual expressionless face. However, she seemed a bit less prickly than usual, and her expression appeared slightly softened. She tilted her head and looked at me. "It's unusual for you to be late. Did something happen?" "I was looking for the book we talked about yesterday, until just now." "Oh, I see." I understood from Sato's words. If she had been searching until after school, it meant she hadn't found it anywhere. Unsure of how to respond, I carefully chose my words. So, you didn't find it. That's unfordu. No. Actually, I did find it. Interrupting me, Sato smiled happily and took the book out of her backpack. She showed me the cover, and it was indeed the book I had given her. I was about to give up, but when I checked the lost and found box this morning, it wasn't there. But just now, I decided to check one last time, and there it was. Hugging the book tightly to her chest, Sato's voice was filled with joy. She seemed unusually cheerful and relieved, her eyes narrowing softly as she smiled. She repeatedly showed me the book and then hugged it to her chest, as if confirming its presence. My worries were unfounded. Seeing her smile with relief, I let out a small sigh of relief myself. A natural smile of relief spread across my face. I'm glad you found it. Yes, I'm really glad. I thought it was at home since I hadn't taken it out of my backpack all day yesterday, but it seems I dropped it somewhere. Really? Yes, as far as I remember, I didn't take it out. I usually don't take it out, and during the day, I'm talking with the girls in my class, so I don't have time to read. Anyway, I'm just glad I found it. I was so happy when I found it that I rushed back to tell you. Saito blushed slightly, her cheeks turning a rosy pink as she smiled shyly. From her rare, adorable expression, I could tell how happy she was to have found it. So, was the bookmark still inside? Oh, I forgot. I was so happy to find the book that I completely forgot about it. I just assumed it would be inside if the book was safe. Realizing this, she quickly started flipping through the pages. I couldn't help but smile bitterly at her forgetfulness, but it was understandable given her excitement at finding the book. As I waited for her to find the bookmark, she suddenly stopped. What? Her smiling expression froze in an instant, her face stiffening as her eyes widened, and she became motionless. Gradually, her eyebrows lowered, and her expression twisted with emotion. Her voice trembled as she whispered so faintly it was almost inaudible. "Why? What's wrong?" Startled by Sato's sudden change, I hurried over to her. She looked up with tear-filled eyes, as if she was about to cry. "The bookmark." "No way." In the book that Sato was holding, between the pages, were the shattered pieces of the glass bookmark. It was broken into fragments of various sizes. The sight of its irreparable state hit me like a punch. I was so shocked that I couldn't find any words. What should I say? How should I respond? Time passed as I stood there in a daze. At that moment, the book in Sato's hands tilted. Perhaps her hands were trembling due to the magnitude of the shock. From the tilted book, clink, clink, pieces of glass fell to the ground. Ah, the bookmark. Sato quickly crouched down while placing the book on the ground, and began picking up the pieces with her delicate fingertips. My mind went blank, and I was a moment too late to realize what that meant. "Hey, stop, you'll hurt yourself." Panicking, I crouched down and grabbed Sato's wrist. However, she struggled to escape and continued picking up the shards with her other hand. Crying out as her fingertips became stained with blood, she still kept gathering the pieces. The bookmark, the bookmark. I understand, so I'll help you pick them up." Even as I tightened my grip on her hand, Sato didn't stop. In the end, she even shook off the hand I was holding and continued to pick up the fragments. Unable to stop her, I cursed under my breath and started collecting some of the pieces myself. Once Sato finished gathering all the fallen shards into her palms, she slumped down, gazing weakly at the fragments in her hands. Her fingertips bore fresh cuts, faint traces of blood welling up, making the sight all the more painful. Still, she held onto the broken remains of the bookmark with great care, unwilling to let them go. "Here, the rest of the pieces." "Thank you." I placed the remaining fragments gently in her hands. They clinked together with an empty, hollow sound. "Come on, give me your hand. I'll put a bandage on for now, but make sure to change it properly later, all right?" "Yes." I carefully placed the bandage on her fingertips. Sato remained silent, her eyes fixed intently on her hands. She finally seemed to calm down, and a quiet stillness settled between us. As the rain droned outside, I bit my lip, frustrated by my inability to find words to console her. There was nothing I could say to ease her pain. She'd lost something so precious. Shallow words would only fall flat. All I could do was stay silent as Sato sat there, bowed under the weight of her sadness. Why did someone as kind as Sato have to go through this? What had she done to deserve it? She was always considerate, always went along with everyone, hiding herself behind a false smile to avoid troubling others. Why did someone like her have to be hurt? I don't want her to be sad. She doesn't deserve to go through any more pain. I want her to smile. There's no one who smiles as charmingly as Sato. Please don't take that smile away from her. If everyone around her is cold, then at least I will be on her side. I will help her. I will save her. Because I owe her. Because I am grateful to her. Because she is an important friend. Because she is someone who shares my interests. What can I do? What can I do to make her smile again? Why did the bookmark break in the first place? It all started when the book went missing. At first, I thought she might have genuinely lost it, but Sato mentioned something that caught my attention. She said, "I didn't take the book out of my backpack, even once yesterday." Even though Sato said she might have dropped it, that doesn't make sense. It's almost impossible to drop something you haven't taken out. If it were something small, maybe, but a book of that size would be noticeable. So, someone must have taken it out. For what purpose? The answer is clear: to break the bookmark, or to take something precious from Sato and push her further. If it had just been dropped, it might have gotten a crack, but it wouldn't have shattered so badly. It's obvious that it was done intentionally. In the end, the consequences of postponing the problem and just buying time have come back to haunt us. This resulted from my inability to come up with a solution and only letting Sato endure my selfishness. I ended up hurting her further, making her sad, and even taking away her smile. Frustrated with my own powerlessness, I clenched my back teeth tightly. The sharp pain was nothing compared to the regret that refused to fade, continuing to smolder bitterly in my chest. It's too late for regrets. What's done is done. What happened cannot be undone. There's no going back. And yet, even so, I still want to save Sato. Why can't we just live peacefully? I only want a gentle, ordinary life, she murmured. I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything for you. It's fine, it can't be helped, she replied softly. Sato murmured softly, as if resigned, while looking down. It seemed like she had an inkling of the real situation. No, even so, it's my responsibility for knowing and not doing anything about it. Don't worry about it. You knew better than anyone that doing something would only have negative consequences, right? Yeah, I knew. I knew, but I couldn't do anything. So this is the result. It's fine. I'm used to losing things that are important to me. She looked up at me, her eyes filled with tears, yet she still smiled. That smile was so painful and sad that I couldn't bear to look at it. Used to it, huh? I see, you're just used to it. What's wrong? Nothing, I won't let you get used to it anymore. Take it easy today. With those words, I left. There were no words of comfort. I didn't have the right to offer them. This was the result of giving up and leaving things that could have been stopped. There's only one thing I can do now. Stop what can be stopped. I won't let Sato get hurt anymore. I won't let her say she's used to it. I'll bring back the ordinary peace she wished for. I want to see Sato smile happily again. With determination, I took a strong step forward. Sato sighed. After he left, I couldn't just sit there forever, so I forced myself to get up. I carefully placed the collected fragments on the book, making sure they wouldn't fall again, and gently lifted it. I entered the room, placed the book on the table in front of the sofa, and then sat down on the sofa. It was only then that I realized I had forgotten to turn on the lights. But I didn't have the energy to get up, so I left the room in darkness. Only the faint light from outside, seeping through the gaps in the curtains, illuminated the room. That light made the glass fragments sparkle, faintly like a mirage. Even broken, the fragments still held the remnants of the bookmark's charm. It broke. No matter how many times I looked, the fragments in front of me would never return to their original form. They sparkled, as if to emphasize the shattered result, burning the image into my eyes. Seeing the pieces with no trace of their original shape, I felt tears trickle down the corners of my eyes. Once the tears started flowing, they wouldn't stop, falling repeatedly as droplets. No matter how much I wiped them away, they kept coming. The sadness was overwhelming, and I couldn't hold back the tears. It's strange, I thought I had gotten used to losing things that were important to me. I've experienced it so many times. Yet, I still couldn't bear it, and I couldn't suppress the sadness. The roar of the rain outside sounded unusually loud and bothersome to my gloomy ears. I reached out and touched the fragments, being careful not to hurt myself this time. Even broken, they were still beautiful, mesmerizingly so. But they were nothing like their original form. It was a precious gift. I had cherished it, taken good care of it. I felt so sorry for letting it end up in such a terrible state because of me. I'm sorry. The words slipped out unintentionally. My voice was smaller and more hoarse than I expected, almost as if it wasn't my own. It faded away into the emptiness of the room. How did it come to this? I already know the reason. When the book went missing, I had a feeling something like this might happen, but I couldn't hide my shock when it actually became a reality. I never thought it would go this far. Although I had been gossiped about before, nothing had ever been done to me directly, so I might have taken it lightly this time as well. And this is the result. Because I was involved, the beautiful bookmark ended up broken. It can't be restored. Maybe I shouldn't have had it in the first place. Someone else might have been able to use it for much longer. He must be shocked to see the gift he gave me in such a miserable state. Really, everything I cherish ends up disappearing. It's as if I'm not allowed to have anything precious. Once it's gone, it won't come back, and everything just vanishes from me. Why do they take everything important from me? Did I do something wrong? I try my best to be considerate and not cause trouble for others, and I try hard not to lose anything, but it still slips through my fingers. I could endure the gossip. It was painful to hear, but I was used to it and could bear it. But having something precious to me broken is too much. Why would someone do that? Someone who hates me. I think it's one of the people gossiping about me this time. If I had to guess, it's probably Arajusan and her group from my class who are leading the rumors. But I have no proof, and it doesn't matter who broke it. There's no point in holding a grudge. Please fix the bookmark. Restore it to its original state. My heart is broken. I've lost something precious, and I no longer have the confidence to endure. I'm scared of being exposed to more malice. I've been enduring it, thinking that taking action wouldn't improve things, but I can't anymore. I want the gossip to disappear as soon as possible and for my usual daily life to return. I want to live in peace. How long do I have to endure this? Until winter break? What if it continues after winter break? The anxiety I've been suppressing is rising because of my broken heart. I've tried to act strong, get used to the pain, and pretend not to be hurt. I've tried to be strong, I've faced it without giving up, but I can't be like that anymore. Please, someone help me. A weak plea escaped my lips. I know it won't reach anyone, but I couldn't help but wish. I can't be strong without relying on someone. I closed my eyes and poured my thoughts into the fragments. Even though it's broken, the pieces of the precious bookmark he gave me. Doing this won't change anything, but it brings a little peace to my heart. Suddenly, his profile as he left came to mind. He had a serious look I'd never seen before. It was as if he had realized something, with an expression like that. Was it my imagination that his voice sounded filled with quiet anger? His sharp eyes narrowed, yet he left with gentle words. His image remained in my mind, lingering behind my eyelids. Section. Parting ways with Sato, I walked home through the downpour. Without an umbrella, I was soaked to the skin, but it was perfect for cooling my anger-heated head. The cold winter wind blew against my body, rapidly stealing away the heat. Thanks to that, I quickly regained my composure. The heavy rain all around made visibility poor, and combined with the darkness, it heightened my focus. I walked the familiar path from Sato's house to mine almost unconsciously, my thoughts solely focused on what to do next. The sound of the rain and the wind faded away as I concentrated entirely on my plans. There is definitely someone who broke the bookmark, but I don't know who it is, and finding them will be difficult. Even if I do find the culprit, it won't improve the current situation. The gossip and whispers from others will still remain. What Sato wants is a peaceful daily life. If the culprit ends up being bullied, it will be far from peaceful. What needs to be improved is the current school environment, where gossip and whispers are tolerated. However, changing that is extremely difficult. One person, especially someone as inconspicuous as me, can't do much. It won't be enough to change the atmosphere. I've thought about it many times and concluded that it's impossible. Even so, I can't give up. To keep Sato from being sad, to keep her from suffering, to make sure she never has to say something as painful as "I'm used to it" again, and to make her smile. What should I do? What can I do? I've already thought of everything I could do on my own. I thought and thought and thought, and still, the only option left was to wait for time to pass. Even when I asked Kazuki, who has far more influence in the school than I do, the answer was the same. He must have struggled with something similar, which is why he advised me as he did. Kazuki's resigned smile floated in the back of my mind. Saito, Kazuki, and many others have thought about it and realized that changing the atmosphere is difficult. That's why we don't wield justice against gossip. Even if it's the right thing to do, it won't improve the situation. Is there still a method that no one has thought of? Is there a dreamlike way to drastically improve the situation? I can't give up, I can't resign myself to this. Think, there must be a way I haven't considered yet. Look at it from a different angle. There is always a center to the atmosphere. Most people, for better or worse, go along with the prevailing mood, and it's created by those who set the tone. Who is at the center of this gossip? If I can change that person, the atmosphere will change. It can be changed. As I thought about it, a central figure came to mind. It's just a slight suspicion, not something I can be sure of, but based on Sato's words, it's a possibility. Sato said, "I've been told by many people, but this is the first time I've been told so much by those girls. This means that the gossip from Araju-san and her group of 3 is more extreme than other gossip. It's highly likely that their strong words are creating the atmosphere. I'll confirm it later, but let's assume it's them. How can I change their opinions? I can't change them by myself. I have nothing that would work on them. I have nothing on my own. But what if there are 2 of us? I have a friend. He's famous at school, admired by many girls, and a popular handsome guy. Kazuki Ikino's. What if it's the 2 of us? It might be tough alone, but together we can do something. One of us always influences those around him, and I have a connection with those girls. Once I realized it, it was simple. I didn't have to solve it alone. We can cooperate. There are many ways to do it. It's fine if it's the minimum. If it helps Sato, I don't mind getting hurt. Sato has been hurt enough, so I'll take the pain this time. If it brings back her smile, it's worth it." Thinking. As I recalled our conversations, I realized there were things I could use. Everything seemed to fit together as if it was meant to be. At the end of my intense concentration, I found a clue to the solution. First, I need to contact Kazuki. I took out my phone and contacted Kazuki. If I'm going to ask for his help, I need to explain the situation. I have to talk about Sato as well, but that's okay. If it means saving Sato, nothing else matters. Even if he finds out, I still want to help Sato. With that resolve, I made the call. Kazuki said it would take a little longer for him to arrive, so I went home, took a bath, and warmed up my chilled body. The winter rain was harsher than I had imagined, and it had chilled me to the bone. Soaking in the bathtub, the warmth gradually spread across my skin. My stiff fingers began to relax, and I realized just how cold they had been. I had been so focused on my thoughts that I hadn't noticed the changes in my body. Finally, with a sigh of relief, I felt a sense of calm. I stared blankly at the gently rippling surface of the bathwater. Although I had to ask Kazuki for help and had many things to do tomorrow, my mind was surprisingly at ease. Finally, I could help. I had always wanted to save Sato, but I couldn't think of a way, and all I could do was let her endure. Now, at least for a while, we could regain some peace. Of course, there were still things to confirm, and success wasn't guaranteed. But having hope lightened my heart. I would bow my head as many times as needed. I would tell Kazuki anything if it meant getting his help. What I was about to ask Kazuki might make him dislike me, but it was necessary to save Sato. Determined to get his cooperation, I got out of the bath. After taking my time, my body was warm and comfortable. I dressed, dried my hair, and waited a bit until the doorbell rang. I checked through the camera to confirm it was Kazuki and opened the door. There he was, with his usual faint smile. "Hey, sorry for calling you over so suddenly." "It's fine. When Minato calls and says he needs a favor, I can't just ignore it." "Well, let's talk inside." "Sure, excuse me." I led Kazuki to the living room and closed the front door. The sound of the door closing felt like the signal for our discussion to begin. We sat facing each other on the sofa, and Kazuki quickly spoke up. "So, what do you need?" "I want to save Saito." I looked straight at Kazuki, who was laughing cheerfully, and told him directly. Kazuki's eyes widened slightly in surprise, then he smiled again. "Oh, if I remember correctly, you said before that she was someone who helped you with books once, right? Normally, you wouldn't want to help someone just for that. You're not the type to wield a cheap sense of justice." "That's right. I'm generally the type to mind my own business. I don't want to deal with troublesome matters, and I know that getting involved won't have any positive impact. Ignoring it is usually the best option. Then why? You already know, don't you, that there's something unusual between Sato and me. Yeah, but if you don't want to talk about it, I won't pry. You know that, right? Yeah. It's because of that distance that we've been able to get along, and I'm grateful for it. Heh, honest Minato is creepy. Shut up. I curse it at Kazuki, who was trying to lighten the embarrassing atmosphere with a bit of humor. It's embarrassing for me too, and it's not my style, but I wanted to convey it properly. I'm talking to you as a friend I can rely on, so please help me. Sure, I'll help. Hi. His nonchalant response made me let out a dumbfounded sound. I haven't even told you what I need help with yet. I don't need to hear it. It's normal to help a friend in need, right? Besides, I owe you. But agreeing before you even hear it. It's fine, it's fine. Besides, I feel guilty for using you. What do you mean by that? Anyway, I'll help. So, tell me about the relationship between you and Sato-san. All right, got it. Kazuki's mention of guilt bothered me, but since he was pushing the conversation forward, I reluctantly pushed it to the back of my mind. Now was the time to focus on Sato. So, I told him about my encounters with Sato, what had happened so far, and our current relationship. That's how it is. I see. Well, I'm more surprised than I expected. I didn't think you were visiting Sato-san's house every day. Kazuki, having heard everything, seemed somewhat impressed and muttered thoughtfully. Well, that's why I want to help her as a way of repaying her for all she's done for me. Repaying her, huh? Is that really all? His eyes seemed to say, there's more to it, isn't there? I guess he saw through me. I didn't want to talk about it because it was embarrassing, but if it meant getting his help, so be it. Well, I don't want to see her sad. I want her to be happy. I want her to smile. That's why I want to save her. My face felt hot. As I spoke, a fierce wave of embarrassment washed over me. But I wasn't lying about my feelings. I told Kazuki honestly and directly. Kazuki blinked in surprise, then laughed. Haha, I see, I get it. It's not like you, Minato, but it's cool. Just so you know, it's as a friend. I do like her smile and want to protect it, but there's no romantic feeling involved, okay. Friend, huh? Well, that's fine for now. I glared at Kazuki, who had a knowing smile to silence him. So, how do you plan to help her? Just to be clear, if you plan to do something reckless, I won't cooperate. I don't want you to regret it, Minato. Kazuki's words were sharp like a knife, piercing deep into my heart. His past experiences weighed heavily on his words. Yeah, don't worry about that. But first, I need to confirm something. Are Araju-san and her group, who are in the same class as Sato, the ones at the center of this gossip? Kazuki crossed his arms at my question. Yeah, I think it's highly likely. They are the core group of fans of the soccer club captain. And this is just a guess, but since they're in the same class as Sato-san, they probably have some thoughts about her. So, they found a perfect reason to start attacking her. That's what I think. No matter how it started, if they stop gossiping, the intensity of the current gossip will definitely subside. Hearing that reassures me. In that case, we can handle this. The biggest concern turned out as expected. Now it's just a matter of taking action. Thinking about what comes next, I gave a confident smile. So, what do you plan to do? If you try to help Sato-san, the hostility will be directed at her. Even if the impact on you is minimal, if I protect her, it will have a significant impact on those around us. Not only the people who gossip, but also the girls who admire me might turn against us. Yeah, that's true. But you can control the girls' hostility, right? You usually maintain a balance to prevent conflicts. That's true, but if that's the case, I'll have to limit the number of times I protect Sato-san. The more I protect her, the stronger the jealousy will become, and if I stop, the jealousy will subside. Yeah, I understand. Do you really understand? You can't save her without protecting her, but you can't protect her either. Who said I would protect Sato? Yes, it's normal to want to protect someone you want to help. That's the surest way to keep them safe. But in this situation, protecting her would only make things worse. So, I can't protect her. But what if I changed who I protect? I explained my plan to Kazuki, who looked at me skeptically. I see. So, the strange behavior in front of the library was to protect Sato-san. Kazuki nodded in understanding, his gaze making me uncomfortable. I urged him to continue. Indeed, if we do that, the gossip about Sato-san will stop. At least, the core group won't be the ones spreading it. Right. But are you okay with that, Minato? I don't care. Sato has been hurt enough. It's fine if I'm the one who gets hurt in the end. Even so, you'll have to deal with strange looks, you know. Kazuki is truly kind-hearted. He doesn't want to hurt the people around him, so he doesn't treat the girls who come to him poorly. He can't. I snorted at Kazuki's rare anxious expression. My topic will be replaced by another one by tomorrow. And if something does happen, you'll help me, right? I grinned at him, and Kazuki's eyes widened for a moment before he smiled, amused. Leave it to me. I'll be your knight in shining armor if that time comes. Please spare me from that. I replied with mock disgust, and we both laughed. Now, let's begin, to bring this to an end. With determination in my heart, I faced the next day. The next day, the sky was still covered with thick clouds, remnants of the heavy rain. However, the rain had stopped, leaving large puddles in the schoolyard, their surfaces as still as mirrors. Although the sky was overcast, there was no wind, giving the weather a somewhat calm feeling. The atmosphere at school was no different from usual, with no sign that anything was about to happen. It was just an ordinary day. Everyone wore peaceful expressions, unaware of the events that were about to unfold. As I lightly glanced around at my classmates' faces, I waited for the right moment. The chimes signaling the end of the school day rang. After the final greetings of the class, everyone started to move. Amidst the activity, Kazuki came straight to me. Are you sure about this? Yeah, I'm counting on you. I nodded in response to his whispered question. That was the signal, and Kazuki grabbed my wrist and pulled me out of the classroom. What's going on? Did something happen? Classmates who sensed something unusual gave us curious looks. Perfect. The more attention we attract, the more effective this will be. That's why we moved quickly. Right now, there should be plenty of people in Sato's class. Kazuki pulled me along, and I followed him with my head down, as if I had something to hide. I tried to give the impression that I was up to something suspicious. We quickly reached the neighboring classroom, and Kazuki forcefully opened the door. The loud noise drew many eyes from inside. Some were surprised, some were curious. Some looked up to see what was happening. Various people directed their gazes at us. Among them was Sato. She didn't have the sad expression from yesterday, she looked as usual. But now, her wide, round eyes were fixed on me. To escape her gaze, I looked down, removing her from my sight. What's going on? Ikenos-kun, do you need something from our class, and the person with you is? Several girls, likely fans of Ikenos, gathered around, tilting their heads in curiosity. He gave them a troubled smile. Sorry, but today I need to talk to someone else. Someone else? Yeah, Araju-san. Saying that, Kazuki moved towards the blonde girl, Araju-san, who was watching from the back of the class. Of course, Kazuki still had my wrist in his grip, so I followed behind him. Araju-san, what for? Do you too have some business with her? The mention of the girl's name by Kazuki caused a stir throughout the class. Kazuki had never been particularly close to any specific girl before. This was the first time he had come to see someone on his own and in such a public setting. It was enough to pique everyone's interest. As our movements drew attention, Kazuki remained calm and stood in front of Araju-san. You're Ikenos-kun, right? Do you need something from me? Even Araju-san, who is usually confident, couldn't hide her confusion at the sudden appearance of a school celebrity. You were the ones talking about being insulted by a strange guy in front of the library the other day, right, Araju-san? Yeah, that's right. Caught off guard by the unexpected topic, Araju-san nodded blankly. The two girls who were usually with her also nodded in agreement. Hearing the conversation, murmurs from the surrounding students reached my ears. What's that about? I heard about it the other day. Apparently, a guy suddenly appeared in front of Araju-san and her friends at the library and said something weird. Really, that happened. The incident I caused in front of the library hadn't spread widely yet. However, in the class where the people involved were, there were some who knew about it. Now, I just needed those people to spread it to the entire class. Kazuki waited silently for a moment, allowing the conversation to spread throughout the class. Then, he pulled me by the wrist and brought me in front of Araju-san. Wasn't it him? Standing between Kazuki and Araju-san, I faced her with a hunched posture. I could hear whispers from around us, "Who is he?" Oh, he's the quiet guy who sometimes talks to Ikenos-kun. Araju-san, still not fully understanding the situation, looked at my face and nodded. Ah yes, it's him. I thought so. I couldn't stand the idea of someone being so rude to Araju-san, so I brought him here. Go on, apologize to Araju-san. I'm sorry for saying something rude the other day. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, they seemed unable to fully grasp the situation and didn't respond with any resentment. As planned, Kazuki continued the conversation with them. Will you forgive him a little now? I'll make sure to talk to him later. Is that okay with you two as well? Ah yes. I'm fine too. The girls nodded as they were told, and Kazuki smiled with satisfaction. I've actually wanted to talk to you for a while, Araju-san. That's why I couldn't forgive what happened and brought him here. Was it a bother? And no, it's fine. Good, I'm glad to hear that. Let's talk again sometime. Yes, definitely. Come on, let's go. I have a lot to say to you. With a hint of coldness in his voice, he grabbed my wrist and led me out of the classroom. As we left, I could hear whispers behind us. Wait, Ikenos-kun went out of his way to defend Araju-san. That Ikenos-kun. Isn't Araju-san a fan of the soccer club captain? Yeah, that's right, and now even Ikenos-kun is involved. Would he really defend someone like that on a first meeting? Maybe they've been connected behind the scenes. Various speculations flew around. Internally smirking at the success of the plan, I allowed myself to be quietly led to a secluded spot. How far should we go? Well, in the middle of winter, the rooftop should be empty. We can't risk anyone overhearing us, so let's go there. Got it. We climbed to the top floor of the school building and opened the door leading to the rooftop. The familiar place was deserted and quiet. After confirming that no one was hiding, Kazuki finally released my wrist. Though it was necessary to deceive everyone, the firm grip had left a faint red mark on my wrist. Can I contact Sato for a bit? Yeah, go ahead. Ignoring Kazuki's casual response, I sent a message to Sato, letting her know that I wouldn't be stopping by her house today. It would be awkward to see her today, and more than anything, I was exhausted. I had felt the same way when facing Araju-san and her friends in front of the library. This kind of thing is something you never get used to. Human relationships are always troublesome. With a small sigh, I saw that my message was read almost immediately. I braced myself for questions, but her response was simple and accepting. I couldn't tell if she understood the intention behind my actions. I couldn't quite read what Sato was thinking, but I quietly turned off my phone screen. When I looked up, Kazuki was leaning on the railing, squinting as he looked out over the schoolyard. Do you think it went well? Well, we won't know until tomorrow. But judging by the way things ended, I think it will mostly go in the direction we wanted. That's good to hear. Still, how did you come up with that plan? It wasn't something I could have done alone. It was only possible because you were there. That's right, that plan only worked because Kazuki and I were together. It also worked because the ones spreading the gossip were Araju-san and her friends, and I had been rude to Araju-san. The situation aligned perfectly. I know it's not a method to be praised. It involved manipulating their suspicions and controlling the atmosphere to silence Araju-san and her friends. It's the same kind of tactic they were using. It's not something to be proud of. From this incident, people will see Kazuki as someone who, for the first time, took action to protect a girl. He brought the culprit and made him apologize in front of everyone. This is contrary to his usual behavior. In other words, it will appear that he values Araju-san and her friends highly. The rest is simple. Just as Kazuki mentioned, his fans will target Araju-san. However, by not getting involved with Araju-san and her friends any further, it won't escalate to bullying. Araju-san and her friends will be questioned about their connection to Kazuki, but they can only say it was their first meeting. The same goes for Kazuki. Over time, it will be dismissed as a mere whim of his. While being watched by others, Araju-san and her friends will have no choice but to stay quiet. They will be seen as the ones who messed with a popular figure. If they try to gossip, it will backfire on them. Even if they start gossiping again once things calm down, it won't be a problem. Kazuki just needs to talk to them again. The strong impression from the first time will linger. Just talking to them will spark rumors. In other words, Araju-san and her friends will no longer be at the center of gossip about Sato. This is my way of atoning for the greatest sin of allowing the bookmark to be broken, so that Sato won't have to cry anymore, so that she can keep smiling. At least in the future, Sato won't have to endure harsh gossip at school. Who would have thought I'd have to bow my head to someone I despise? If it ensures the desired outcome, I don't mind. To protect Sato-san's smile. Shut up. I shot a sharp glare at Kazuki, who grinned mischievously, clearly enjoying teasing me. Honestly, I felt like I'd just handed him another reason to poke fun at me. Yet, strangely, I didn't regret it. Kazuki, meeting my glare, briefly let out an awkward smile before turning to face forward. His eyes, now tinged with a hint of admiration, gazed off into the distance. Really, Minato, you're amazing. If I were more like you, could I have saved her too? His gentle yet calm voice made it clear that this was Kazuki's regret. Hey, why did you help me? Huh, because you're my friend. But still, normally, you wouldn't agree so easily. Why did you go so far to help me? I tried not to think too much about it, as helping Sato was my priority. Kazuki's cooperation was essential, but the question still lingered. Why did he agree so easily? Why did he go to such lengths to help me? His earlier expression made me wonder. I hesitated to ask, but as someone who had helped me and as a friend, I felt I needed to know. When I looked at him directly, Kazuki's eyes wavered with uncertainty. Then, he looked down, let out a small sigh, and looked back at me. Remember when I told you about a girl I liked in middle school? Yeah, I remember. She was kind of like you, Minato. She didn't like standing out and preferred being alone. And then, I got to know her, and we became close, but then rumors started spreading about us being together. Kazuki frowned, clearly pained by the memory, but he continued. Hearing his story, I had a sense of what was coming next. Of course, even in middle school, I had a lot of female fans. They started gossiping, accusing her of trying to get ahead. Naturally, I tried to defend her, but the more I defended her, the worse it got. Looking back, it was obvious that would happen, but at the time, I couldn't foresee it. I see. The more I listened, the more it resembled the current situation. There were some differences, but the core was the same. That's why he had given me such regret-filled advice. In the end, I realized that the best solution was to cut off my relationship with her and do nothing. If I did anything, it would hurt those around me, so I chose to do nothing. That's who I am now. He turned to me, smiling with a sense of resignation. It wasn't the usual mask he wore, but the real Kazuki. I had a feeling there was something between you and Sato-san, and I couldn't help but see my past self in you too. So, if there's anything I can do now, I wanted to help. It's like atonement for my past. So that's what it was. I feel like I finally understand who you are. I always thought you were just an annoying pretty boy. You really thought that? I snorted at Kazuki, who pretended to be shocked. Well, thanks to you, everything went smoothly this time. Thanks for helping. It's fine. I've always thought Sato-san was similar to me. That thick mask she wears must be tough, but with someone like you by her side, she can feel at ease. I'm sure she's being helped by you, Minato. I think I'm the one being helped more. Since I borrow books from her regularly, I'm the one causing trouble. Thinking that, I responded, and Kazuki smiled knowingly. Nope. Just like I was saved by her, Sato-san is being saved by you, Minato. Having even one person who sees you for who you really are can be a great support. Is that so? Kazuki's words carried a lot of weight, probably because they came from his own experience. If I'm able to repay even a little of the favor, that's good. Thinking that, I nodded honestly. Do you still see that girl? We haven't met since graduation. I still feel a bit guilty. I see. Well, if you ever feel like meeting her again, let me know. I'll help you out. Thanks. In that case, I'll consult you at your part-time job. Huh? Why at my part-time job? Oh, it's nothing. Just be ready to help when the time comes. Kazuki, who had brightened up a bit, laughed innocently like a boy. Glancing at him, I turned my gaze to the schoolyard. The setting sun, which had appeared after a long time, was now a red evening sun, peaking just slightly above the horizon. The next day, the commotion we caused had spread throughout the school more than I had expected. It showed just how much attention Kazuki attracted. It had spread not only in my class and grade, but also to other grades. As I walked through the hallways, I heard people talking about the rumors several times. With it spreading that much, of course, my presence was also recognized, and I received strange looks in my class. Since I had been rude to a girl, it was inevitable that some critical rumors would circulate. Even now, as I sat quietly reading a book, I could hear Kazuki and the girls around him talking about me. Isn't that the guy who said weird things to Araju-san? I heard Ikenos-kun gave him a lecture. Their gazes were somewhat disdainful. Such looks always pierced my heart, no matter how much I tried not to care. It made me realize how amazing Sato was for enduring this with a calm face. As I focused quietly on my book, Kazuki gave a wry smile and tried to calm the girls down. Come on, come on. I talked to Tanaka properly afterward, and he reflected on his actions. Don't be too hard on him. I don't think someone would reflect that easily. By the way, is it true that Ikenos-kun defended Araju-san? I did see him take that guy out of the classroom yesterday. It's true. Is there something going on between Araju-san and Ikenos-kun? Not at all, there's nothing. It was our first meeting. Kazuki's thin smile didn't allow for any further probing. Conversations like this continued throughout the day. The rumor that Kazuki defended Araju-san had the expected, or rather, more than expected effect. The rumor that there might be something between Araju-san and Kazuki spread quickly, and Araju-san received critical looks from Kazuki's fans. To soften those looks, Araju-san and her friends desperately explained that it was their first meeting with Kazuki. Since Kazuki also said it was their first meeting, the situation didn't worsen, but the hate directed at Araju-san shifted away from Sato. This was an unexpected positive effect for me. I've been thinking for a while, but weren't the bad things said about Sato-san really harsh? I didn't like it. I know, right? There was this unspoken rule not to say anything, but Sato-san didn't do anything wrong. Such voices began to emerge here and there. An atmosphere that didn't condone gossip about Sato. With the pressure from Araju-san and her friends gone, the frustration that had been building up in people who had remained silent started to function as rightful criticism. This was a sign that the peaceful daily life we had hoped for had begun. I let out a quiet sigh of relief, knowing that Sato would no longer be hurt by gossip. After school, I walked the path to Sato's house. The clear sky was refreshing, and my shadow followed me on the red-tinted road. The rare, cheerful colors of the winter sky seemed to reflect my own feelings. Even though things had gone well, I knew Sato would ask about the situation later. How should I explain it? That was the only thing troubling me. What I did was simply impose my selfish decisions. So, I thought Sato didn't need to worry about it, but knowing her strong sense of responsibility, she would likely feel accountable. How to convince her was still undecided even when I reached her house. I arrived at Sato's house and rang the doorbell. I still hadn't decided how to explain, but it would have to be what it would be. With a bit of nervousness, I stood and waited in front of the door until Sato appeared. Her hair swayed gently, as beautiful as ever, mesmerizing to look at. The setting sun dyed her hair red, making it shimmer. It had only been a day since I last saw her, but there was no trace of the sadness I had seen then. She looked at me with clear eyes, slightly wavering with confusion. Good evening. Oh, sorry about suddenly canceling yesterday. No, it's fine. The awkward atmosphere made the conversation rusty. It felt like I had forgotten how we usually talked, and no words came out. For now, I decided to proceed as usual and took the book out of my backpack to hand it to her. Here. It was interesting. Thank you, here's today's book. Sato hugged the book she received to her chest and looked down slightly. Without looking up, she quietly spoke in a cautious voice. What was that about yesterday? What do you mean? It was exactly what it looked like. Kazuki got mad at me, and I went to apologize to Araju-san. You saw me apologizing, didn't you? I understand that, but that's not what I'm talking about. She slowly lifted her face as she spoke. Her eyes were moist and looked like she was about to cry. When I went to school today, everyone was talking about Ikenos-san. And people who didn't think well of Araju-san's rumors apologized to me. They said they were sorry for not being able to stop the gossip. The atmosphere is clearly different from before. Everything changed since yesterday. You did all of this, didn't you? She looked at me with eyes full of certainty. Her gaze was so clear that I couldn't even think of trying to evade the question. Why are you doing all this for me? It's because I owe you for all the help you've given me. That's a lie. That's not a reason to do something like this. All I do is lend you books. It's not worth this much in return. Facing the stubborn Sato, I let out a quiet sigh. Your bookmark got broken, right? I couldn't forgive myself for not doing anything even though I knew that was a possibility. That's not something you should worry about. I do worry, I made you look so sad. But you won't be a victim anymore. At least, you won't be subjected to harsh gossip. Why go out of your way for me? Don't worry about it, besides I didn't do much. Kazuki was the one who carried it out. What I did isn't something to be praised. I deceived everyone and simply retaliated for what was done. And it wasn't even the person involved seeking revenge. It was a third party intervening and acting on their own. That's not something to be thanked for. Even if you say not to worry, I do. You ended up being spoken of badly to protect me. It's fine, I was prepared for that. Besides, any talk about me will disappear soon. Kazuki's rumors will overshadow it. But Saito still didn't seem convinced, her eyebrows furrowed as she looked at me with concern. She's truly a kind person. Saito always worries about others. If it means someone as kind as her won't get hurt anymore, then my troubles are insignificant. But even so, if you're still worried. Worried about what? Then smile for me. What? Sato's eyes widened in surprise, her expression blank with confusion. It was so unexpected that it was almost endearing. Well, I really like seeing you smile, Sato. It makes me feel better, so please smile when you're with me. Not used to expressing my feelings, I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. As I looked away from Sato, she blinked in surprise, then her cheeks turned a faint shade of red. To hide her embarrassment, she gave a shy but radiant smile, like cherry blossoms in full bloom. Understood. I'll be counting on you from now on. Sato sighed. Really, this person. He's truly like a hero. He comes to help without considering his own sacrifice. When he says something like, smile for me, I can't say anything in response. My heart is filled with overwhelming gratitude. I was surprised when he suddenly appeared in the classroom yesterday, especially since he was with Ikino-san. The sight of everyone in the class focusing on the two of them, who carried an unusual atmosphere, is still vividly clear in my mind. There were many curious gazes, wondering what was going to happen. What happened next was completely unexpected. Ikino-san prompted him to apologize to Araju-san and her friends. It was as if he was being made an example of, standing in front of everyone and bowing his head to them. Since Ikino-san isn't the type to do such things, the class was very unsettled. It seemed that Ikino-san did it to defend Araju-san. Why did such an event occur? It was so abrupt and unnatural that I couldn't stop questioning it. I realized the meaning behind it the next day, which is today. When I arrived at school, the first thing I noticed was that the incident involving Ikino-san and the others had spread throughout the school. Since Ikino-san is famous enough for even me to know about him, it was only natural that the rumors had widely circulated. This wasn't the first time the school was abuzz with talk about Ikino-san. However, I soon realized that the impact of those rumors was surprisingly favorable to me. First, critical gazes were directed at Araju-san and her friends. Just as I was gossiped about after receiving the captain's confession, they were now being protected by Ikino-san and faced the glares of his fans. Consequently, Araju-san and her friends couldn't gossip about me anymore, and with their influence weakened, people started coming to apologize to me. This was the peaceful atmosphere I had longed for and endured for. The school was filled with an atmosphere where gossiping about me was no longer acceptable. His actions changed everything. It couldn't have been a coincidence that all this happened. He took those actions for my sake. I never imagined there was such a way to change the school's atmosphere. I couldn't have thought of it, and I genuinely think he's amazing for coming up with it. Even if someone else had thought of it, it's not something that could be easily done. Sacrificing oneself to change the atmosphere isn't a strategy most people would take. Usually, people prioritize themselves. Yet he did it without hesitation, and I couldn't thank him enough. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. He tilted his head curiously. It seemed he wasn't aware of the magnitude of what he had done. He saved me when I was devastated by the broken bookmark. I wish he would realize what he had done. He's really unfair. When he does things like this, it makes me hope. It makes me hope that I might be special to him. He did all this for me, even getting hurt in the process. He doesn't need to feel responsible. Am I a little special to him? When you say you like my smile so openly, does that mean you find me a little attractive? Honestly, being with you always makes me happy and brings a smile to my face. If that's what you want, I'll keep smiling by your side. I'll believe that I'm bringing you some comfort. Ah, I really do love him. No matter how much I try to suppress it, I can't help but love you. You suddenly appeared and saved me so gallantly, there's nothing I can do about it. The sadness from the broken bookmark hasn't healed yet, but my heart feels lighter thanks to you. I remember his embarrassed face when he said he liked my smile. His cheeks were slightly flushed with a rare, cute expression. His blunt way of speaking was probably due to his embarrassment, but it confirmed that he was being honest and sincere. I thought it would be fine if we could just stay friends. I was more afraid of being avoided if I made a move. Our current relationship is so important that I don't want to lose it. I thought it was better to stay as we are than to risk losing it. But is it okay? Can I try a little harder? Is it okay to have a bit of hope? He worked so hard to help me, so the possibility isn't zero. Seeing his embarrassed face, maybe he's a little conscious of me. He said my feelings weren't a burden, so if I try just a little to make him notice me, he should be okay with it. I don't plan to show obvious affection, but maybe I can act a bit more according to my feelings. A little bit of courage welled up in my timid heart. Chapter 4. Winter break with the most beautiful girl in school. Since the day I apologized to Araju-san, about 10 days had passed. Now, with winter break just around the corner, things have calmed down considerably. Fortunately, I hadn't heard any rumors of Sato being subjected to worse gossip since then. Perhaps some whispers still existed, but at least they weren't causing harm to those around her. That alone was a relief. Criticism of Araju-san and her friends hadn't completely disappeared, but Kazuki keeping his distance from them seemed to be helping. It was gradually subsiding, and by the time winter break ended, it would likely be gone entirely. Everything had gone according to plan, and Sato could finally enjoy the peaceful days she'd wished for. If I had done nothing, the situation probably would have resolved itself by the third semester. But there was always the chance things could have escalated into bullying. That's why I didn't regret my actions. Since then, Sato hadn't shown any signs of sadness. She maintained her usual calm demeanor, and just seeing her like that made all my efforts feel worthwhile. With that sense of accomplishment in my chest, I now found myself sitting across from her. She still wore her usual impassive expression, but the sharpness in her demeanor seemed to have softened slightly. Her gently narrowed eyes spoke to that change. As usual, we exchanged books. After receiving one from her, I realized something. Tomorrow marked the start of winter break, and we hadn't decided how to handle our book exchanges during the holiday. Thanks for the book. By the way, do you have any plans for winter break? No, not particularly. I plan to spend it at home catching up on the books I haven't finished. I had a feeling that would be the case, and her answer confirmed it. Her straightforward approach to life made me smile wryly. I don't have many friends to hang out with, and I usually decline the rare invitations I get from boys. That leaves me with plenty of free time. Her no-nonsense attitude made her a tough nut to crack, and I could easily imagine the hopeful guys who must have been thoroughly rejected. Honestly, I admired their courage. I don't think I'd ever recover from such cold rejections myself. Do you think they really want to spend time with you? Well, they're probably hoping to start a relationship with me if the chance arises. I can say with absolute certainty, I would never date anyone like that. Hearing her blunt rejection of those guys, I silently offered them my condolences. Somehow, I thought that might be the case. Hasn't anyone caught your eye? Not at all. I can't imagine dating someone so blatantly driven by ulterior motives. It takes a certain kind of person to approach someone as guarded as her. If someone truly liked her, they'd probably hesitate under her cold demeanor. In a way, it filtered people out. Only the boldest, or maybe the worst, types got through to talk to her. Well, there are people who genuinely want to get to know you, so try not to dismiss everyone outright. You can probably tell the difference between someone with pure intentions and someone who isn't, right? Of course I can tell. You're not like that after all. Well, I'd hope not. Sure, there had been fleeting moments when I wanted to pat her head or something, but that was no different from how you'd feel toward a small animal. It wasn't anything inappropriate. If I had any ulterior motives, she would have noticed immediately and distanced herself from me. The only reason we could spend time together was because she trusted me. The moment I gave her a reason not to, she'd vanish from my life without hesitation. Once, I wondered if Sato might have feelings for me, but now it was clear that she simply valued our friendship. And honestly, I had no intention of changing that dynamic. That's why I trust you. Well, thanks. This mutual understanding defined the distance between us, me and Sato, as friends. So, do you have any plans for winter break? Not at all. Like you, I'll probably just stay home. Then why did you ask me? Well, I was wondering about how we'd handle exchanging books during the break. Since neither of us seems to be going out, maybe we can take a break for now. As much as I wanted to keep reading that series, the thought of going out just to borrow books felt like a hassle. I see. That makes sense. Her eyes blinked slowly at my suggestion, and for a brief moment, her expression softened as if she was slightly disheartened. That's fine, but if you'd like, why don't you come over to my house and spend time there instead? What? Her sudden suggestion caught me completely off guard. I turned to face her, but her calm demeanor hadn't changed. I'm saying, why don't you come over to my house? No, I heard you. I just didn't expect that. I'm still a high schooler. My hearing isn't bad enough to miss something like that. If you come to my house, you can read the entire series. Plus, you wouldn't have to carry the books back and forth. She had a point. If I went to her house, I'd have access to all the volumes. Spending the whole day, there would let me read several of them. But still. Yeah, but... The issue was, she was a girl. If it were a male friend, I wouldn't hesitate. But spending time alone in a girl's house. Even if there weren't any ulterior motives, the idea of a boy and girl alone in a room felt nerve-wracking. Are you sure? You'd get unlimited reading access. Her enticing words only made my hesitation worse. How was I supposed to decide when she put it like that? And I'd like to spend a little more time discussing our thoughts on the books together. We had shared impressions about books before, but since it was usually outside, we couldn't talk for long. It seemed that, as fellow book lovers, she truly wanted to have longer conversations about them. When she timidly voiced such a modest wish, with her brows slightly furrowed, there was no way I could refuse. No matter what hesitations I might have had, I couldn't do anything but nod. All right, let's do that. Okay, I understand. When I gave my reply, her lips softened into a faint smile, and her eyes lit up with delight. Seeing her smile like that was unexpectedly disarming, and I found myself averting my gaze without thinking. On the first day of winter break, I found myself standing in front of her house. Having been here several times before, it was easy to find my way to the front door. But for some reason, I couldn't muster the courage to ring the bell. My finger hovered over the button, unable to press it. I'd visited Sato's house twice before, but this time felt different. We were going to spend the entire day together, just the two of us. I had no idea how to handle being alone with her for such a long time. Even though I had only walked here, I was already mentally exhausted from the nervousness and uncertainty. I'd agreed to this because I wanted to fulfill her small wish, but I couldn't help but wonder if I'd been too hasty. I let out a small sigh. Still, there was no point in standing there any longer. I pressed the button, and soon enough the door opened, revealing Sato. Come in. She wasn't wearing her usual school uniform. Instead, she had on an oversized gray hoodie paired with black sweatpants, comfortable loungewear, by the looks of it. She was probably wearing something loose for the sake of comfort. Ordinarily, that kind of outfit might look sloppy, but on her, it somehow still looked stylish. Being a beautiful girl certainly had its perks. Excuse me for intruding. Feeling slightly out of place at the sight of her casual clothes, I followed her as she led me to her room. It's full of books. I had seen it before during my previous visits. But now, with bookshelves packed to the brim filling my view, the sheer number of books was overwhelming. It was far from what you'd expect a typical high school girl's room to look like, and I couldn't help but let out a dry chuckle. Not that I'd ever been to another girl's room, but popular depictions often describe them as smelling of flowers or something sweet. By contrast, this room smelled like paper, just like a bookstore. Is that a problem? When I came here before, I thought the same thing. This doesn't feel like a high school girl's room. Please don't expect me to be an ordinary high school girl. She seemed well aware that she didn't fit the mold of a typical high school girl, responding in her usual cool tone, tinged with a hint of sharpness. Well, I find the smell of paper calming, so I like it. I mumbled that as a small follow-up. It might seem like an odd smell to most people, but to me, it was comforting. There was something gentle about it, and being surrounded by books gave me a sense of peace. That's why I'd always liked bookstores. This room had the same scent, and the tension I'd been feeling up until now began to dissipate. I see. I'll go make us something to drink." With that, she twitched slightly before heading off toward the kitchen. I hesitated for a moment about where to sit, but decided on one of the 2 chairs neatly arranged in the room. I took a deep breath, glancing around the living room. Aside from the kitchen, there were a few other doors that likely led to different rooms. When I turned to look toward the kitchen, I saw her busily preparing tea. It was clear she wasn't just a simple, book-loving girl. Her graceful movements suggested an upbringing that instilled a sense of refinement. "What?" Noticing my gaze, she brought the teapot over and placed it on the table with a thud, furrowing her brows as she glared lightly at me. "I didn't realize you had such a domestic side." "I don't know if I'd call it domestic. I live alone, so being able to do this much is only natural." Making tea with a teapot didn't strike me as a common skill, but for her, it seemed obvious. She gave me a mildly exasperated look. With a sigh, she sat down across from me on the sofa. The room grew quiet, with only a heavy silence hanging in the air. In moments like this, I couldn't help but become acutely aware that it was just the 2 of us in this room. I had no intention of doing anything untoward, but being alone with a girl, especially one as incredibly cute as her, was enough to make me feel nervous and restless. Hoping to calm myself, I took a sip of tea, letting the warmth steady my thoughts. But despite my efforts, the peculiar tension in the silence refused to dissipate. Unable to endure the atmosphere any longer, I blurted out, perhaps a bit too abruptly. Where are the books? I'd like to start reading already." "Oh, my apologies. The books are on that shelf over there." "Got it." I hurried over to the bookshelf she had indicated, grateful for an excuse to break the awkward tension. The bookshelf was neatly organized, with the books I had borrowed before arranged perfectly in order. Her meticulousness was evident in the way everything was lined up so carefully. I grabbed the next volume I hadn't read yet and returned to my seat. She had already started reading a book of her own, one that had been left on the desk. She glanced at me briefly before lowering her gaze back to her book. Following her lead, I opened my book and began to read. At first, I couldn't focus, distracted by the fact that a beautiful girl was sitting right in front of me. But before long, I became engrossed in the story, forgetting everything else around me. The book was as captivating as ever. The vivid tricks and clever twists in the plot were brilliant. While earlier volumes had amazed me with their impressive setups and payoffs, the recent ones excelled at delving into the psychological portrayal of the characters. Every character was compelling, pulling me into the narrative. And as always, the protagonist's brilliant deductions filled me with excitement. Being able to read such incredible books every day felt like a dream come true. For the first time in a while, I found myself genuinely looking forward to the rest of the winter break. When I finished the book, satisfied with yet another fantastic story, I looked up and noticed her staring at me. "What's up?" "I've thought this before, but you really look like you're having fun when you're reading." "Do I?" I've never been conscious of my expressions, but yeah, this book is great. She must have noticed how much my face relaxed while reading. Even if I tried to rein it in, enjoying a book this much was beyond my control. Still, I couldn't help but wonder what kind of face I had been making. If it was some creepy, goofy smile, I'd probably die of embarrassment. "Hey, what do I look like when I'm reading?" It's hard to put into words." She furrowed her brows and crossed her arms, pondering the question. Explaining something like an atmosphere or vibe must be challenging. "But you seem genuinely happy. It's charming and makes you look good, so I don't think you need to worry about it." Perhaps sensing the reason for my question, she smiled faintly, an expression so warm and gentle that it felt like it wrapped around me. Her soft, innocent smile left me momentarily speechless. I see. Well, I'll grab the next book." Caught off guard by her cuteness, I found myself staring for a moment before hastily standing up. I understood that she'd been trying to reassure me about my expressions, but the warmth of her words still made me feel self-conscious. As my cheeks grew uncomfortably warm, I turned away to hide it, shaking my head to clear the image of her smile burned into my mind. Then I walked over to the bookshelf. Seeing her smile had made me happy, but my heart wouldn't stop pounding. I sighed softly, realizing that spending time with her might bring more moments like this. Several days had passed since I began spending time at Sato's house. Though I still felt a little nervous stepping into her home, I had grown less conscious of being alone with her. At first, her presence had made me overly aware of her, but once I started reading, my focus naturally shifted to the books. It seemed my love for reading could overpower even basic instincts. Truly, my reading obsession was a force to be reckoned with. One day, while reading as usual, I caught a rare sight. She let out a yawn. "You seem really tired." "Yeah, I didn't get much sleep." "Did something happen?" It was unusual to hear that she was sleep-deprived, especially since she had always nagged me about getting enough rest. Though I didn't know much about her daily routine, I had assumed, given her personality, that she lived a disciplined life. The series I'm reading right now is at such an exciting part that I ended up staying up late without realizing it. As she explained, she covered her mouth with her hand and let out another small yawn, her eyes tearing up slightly as she rubbed them. She looked almost like a small animal, endearingly so. Perhaps it was the fatigue, but her usual sharp demeanor was absent, and her voice carried a soft, drowsy quality. "I see. Well, don't overdo it like I do, okay? Don't worry, I wouldn't go that far." I expressed my concern, only for her to chuckle lightly. Her laugh was infectious, and I found myself smiling along with her. After that, our conversation paused, and the only sound in the room was the turning of pages. The quiet atmosphere felt comfortable, and for some reason, it filled my heart with warmth. I continued reading for a while until I reached a natural break in the story. Stretching a bit, I glanced up and noticed her nodding off. The room was warm from the heater, and with her lack of sleep, it wasn't surprising that she dozed off. Her eyes were closed, her breathing soft and steady as she drifted into sleep. Even in slumber, she was undeniably beautiful. Her usually stoic expression had softened, her lips curving gently in peace. Though I'd seen her many times before, her sleeping face made me realize again just how lovely she was. There was an innocence to her features, an unguarded charm that was almost magnetic. Her glossy black hair shimmered as it swayed slightly with her breathing. She was mesmerizing, and I couldn't take my eyes off her. MMM. As I gazed at her, transfixed, a soft, sweet sound escaped her lips, and her closed eyelids fluttered open slowly. Her unfocused, dazed black eyes turned toward me. She still seemed half asleep, her hazy expression carrying a childlike innocence that made her appear even younger. Her glistening, unfocused eyes swayed gently, so defenseless that I felt it was inappropriate to keep staring. Instinctively, I averted my gaze. MMM. Her completely unguarded, sleepy expression highlighted her vulnerability. She rubbed her eyes drowsily, a sight that only made her seem more like an adorable, small animal. Finally, she blinked fully awake and opened her eyes wide, catching my gaze directly. "Eh." She blinked a few times, her large, round eyes widening in surprise. She must have been completely caught off guard because her body remained frozen, one hand still mid-motion from rubbing her eye. After staying still for a moment, her expression gradually shifted, her features tinged with embarrassment. Her eyes darted downward, wandering aimlessly. Occasionally, she peeked up at me, only to quickly look away when our gazes met. Her bashful reaction was so endearing that I couldn't keep looking at her either and turned my gaze away. She had been the one sleeping, but somehow, I felt as though I was the one at fault for watching her. My heart thudded from her cuteness, mingled with a prickle of guilt in my chest. When I glanced back at her, she was staring at me, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "I wasn't asleep," she muttered, her voice curt and tinged with embarrassment. "But you were just." "I wasn't asleep." "Ah, okay." It seemed she wanted to pretend it hadn't happened. While I thought it was a bit of a stretch to deny it outright, her resolute tone left me no choice but to concede. Still, her blush hadn't subsided, and she sat there trembling slightly, her cheeks a bright shade of red. I couldn't help but chuckle softly at her reaction. Once she managed to settle down, she returned to her book. Silence fell again as we both immersed ourselves in reading. However, it was clear she was still drowsy. Her head would nod forward slightly before jerking back up. Her eyes fluttered open and closed repeatedly, and she continued to sway like that for a while. Gradually, though, she succumbed to sleep, her book slipping from her hands as she leaned against the sofa, completely asleep. "Sato." Her lack of response confirmed it. She was sound asleep. Even the small noises I made moving around didn't stir her. Seriously, give me a break. Though she had woken earlier, this time she seemed unlikely to rouse anytime soon. She must have fallen asleep because she trusted me, but having her sleep so soundly in the presence of a guy, well, it wasn't great for my self-control. I sighed heavily. Of course, I was happy that she trusted me, but I was still a guy. She probably saw me as harmless and completely safe, but I wished she wouldn't forget that fact. I stared at her adorable sleeping face, feeling a mix of gratitude and frustration. Part of me considered waking her up, but seeing how tired she had been, I decided to let her rest. However, I worried she might catch a cold since the room, though warm, could still feel chilly after a while. To prevent that, I grabbed a lap blanket from the sofa and gently draped it over her shoulders. Her soft, sweet breath escaped again as I placed the blanket on her slender shoulders, startling my heart into skipping a beat. Flustered, I quickly turned my face away, feeling warmth spread across my cheeks. Still, I couldn't help sneaking another glance at her. Her glossy black hair, loose and unrestrained, cascaded down her back like a silken waterfall. It was so beautiful it was almost mesmerizing, and I imagined how smooth it must feel to touch. Would it really hurt to touch it? Just a little. Suppressing my instincts had already drained me mentally. She had no idea how much her defenselessness tested my resolve as she slept peacefully. I told myself that a small act of indulgence wouldn't hurt, as a way of reclaiming my fraying sanity. I slowly reached out my hand, gently brushing my fingertips against her hair. A faint warmth spread from her soft strands to my fingers. Encouraged by the pleasant sensation, I lightly rested my palm on her head. Her floral scent mixed with the subtle warmth of her skin and the silky texture of her hair. It was utterly intoxicating. Whoa. As I ran my fingers through her hair, I couldn't help but whisper in awe. It was softer than I'd imagined, flowing effortlessly through my fingers like water. The slight shimmer of her hair as it swayed added to its beauty, making it impossible to tire of. Initially, I thought I'd only touch it for a moment, but the irresistible sensation made me want to keep stroking her hair. I was so engrossed that I didn't notice her earlobes turning a delicate shade of red. The quiet ticking of the clock was the only sound in the room. Half entranced, I continued stroking her hair until a hesitant, timid voice broke through. Excuse me." I froze as her eyes fluttered open, her gaze meeting mine with a mixture of confusion and embarrassment. Were you awake this whole time?" I instinctively pulled my hand away, the suddenness of my movement making my voice louder than I intended. I had no idea she had been awake. When I had looked at her earlier, she had seemed completely asleep, her breaths steady and peaceful. Had she woken up in those few seconds I was stroking her hair? Yes." She turned toward me, her cheeks tinged a soft pink with embarrassment as she looked up shyly, her eyes slightly downcast. The angle made her gaze inadvertently upward, and it was unbearably cute. My heart skipped a beat. "Since when were you awake?" "When you draped the lap blanket over me, I woke up. And by the time you started stroking my hair, I was fully awake." Wait, so she had been awake the entire time. That meant she'd seen everything, including my embarrassing little outburst while petting her. I could feel my face burning with shame, but there was something I needed to say first. Sorry. I shouldn't have touched your hair without asking." "And no, it's fine. I didn't dislike it or anything." "Hi." Her unexpected response made me let out a strange noise. I had been ready for scolding, not acceptance. I said I didn't dislike it." Her voice grew smaller, her blush deepening as she spoke. Unable to endure the awkwardness, she lowered her gaze further. "All right. Still, it doesn't change the fact that I did it without permission." Though I was relieved she didn't seem upset, I couldn't shake the guilt. As I fumbled for words, she hesitantly proposed something. Then, let me stroke your head too, that'll make us even." Sure, if that's all it takes." "If I say it's enough, it's enough." Her tone was firm, even as her cheeks remained flushed. I nodded, unable to argue with her sincerity. If letting her pat my head would settle things, I had no objections. Honestly, having a beautiful girl like her stroke my head felt more like a reward than anything else. "Okay then, I'll start." "Why yeah." Her soft, pale hand moved toward me, trembling slightly with nervousness. When her fingertips brushed my head, they felt warm and gentle. Slowly, she began to stroke my hair with deliberate care. The warmth of her touch seeped through her palm, her movements so tender it felt as though she were handling something fragile. It tickled slightly, but not unpleasantly. The closeness between us was unavoidable as she leaned in to reach my head. Her sweet scent grew stronger, making my face feel hot. I couldn't bear the tension and blurted out a question. Hey, how much longer are you planning to do this? J, just a little longer. All right. I stole a glance at her and saw that her face had softened into a serene, gentle expression. Her eyes were slightly narrowed, and her lips curved into a faint smile. She looked so content that I couldn't bring myself to stop her. In the end, I let her continue until she was completely satisfied. About a week had passed since I started visiting Sato's house. I'd reflected on my actions that day. Stroking her hair had been over the line. Normally, I wouldn't act on such feelings, but being alone with her had made it hard to keep my thoughts in check. Since then, I had resolved to maintain better self-control. Sato, too, had been a little distant the day after the incident, but she quickly returned to her usual self. Neither of us brought it up again, better to let sleeping dogs lie. By now, I was used to visiting her house. Without hesitation, I pressed the doorbell. The door opened with a small click and Sato appeared. Please come in. She wore a loose white hoodie paired with black skinny jeans. Judging by her recent outfits, it seemed she favored comfortable clothing. I walked into the living room and set my backpack on the table. As I rummaged through it to retrieve the books I needed to return, a deck of playing cards accidentally fell out. Oh no. The cards scattered across the floor. Are you okay? Sato immediately crouched down to help me gather them. As I reached for a card, my hand accidentally landed on hers. Her hand was small, soft, and slightly cool to the touch. The unexpected sensation made my heart skip a beat. Sorry. I quickly pulled my hand back and stepped away. Sato also stood up, cradling the hand I had touched in her other hand. No, it's fine. I'm sorry too. She glanced at me briefly before averting her gaze, her cheeks faintly flushed. Seeing her reaction, guilt flooded my chest. I really am sorry. Please don't apologize so much. It's okay, really. Though she reassured me, her blushing face and lowered gaze made it clear she was flustered. Still, she hadn't pushed me away or shown any signs of discomfort. You didn't mind? No, it wasn't unpleasant. I was just surprised. Well, that's good then. It seemed she didn't hold any ill will toward the accidental touch. Feeling a wave of relief wash over me, I resumed picking up the scattered cards. She crouched down as well, collecting them one by one before handing them to me. Here you go. By the way, why do you have playing cards with you? Oh, I was reading this book yesterday, and there was a scene where someone performed a card trick. It looked so cool that I bought a deck to try it myself, but I couldn't pull it off at all. I added the last part with a self-deprecating chuckle, admitting my failure. Magic isn't exactly easy to learn, after all. Yeah, no kidding. Wanna play? Hi. She had been staring at the cards in my hand with curious interest, so I made the suggestion on a whim. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise at the sudden offer. Only after saying it did I realize how out of place the suggestion was. I came here to read, not to mess around. She had allowed me into her home so I could read books, and she probably wanted to focus on reading too. I was just about to retract my suggestion, expecting her to decline when, sure, I'd like to try. Her soft reply caught me off guard. Her eyes sparkled just a little, and her voice carried a hint of excitement, making it clear she was looking forward to it. When I turned to look at her, she explained quietly, I haven't really played much before. Oh, I see. If she was interested, there was no reason to refuse. I quickly pulled the deck out of its box. I only know how to play Old Maid. Then Old Maid it is. I briefly considered how odd it might seem to play Old Maid with just two people, but seeing her slight smile as she waited, I decided to deal the cards without hesitation. Her faintly relaxed expression suggested she was looking forward to it, and I found her enthusiasm both endearing and a little embarrassing. Well, she was probably just excited about playing cards again after a long time, not because it was with me. Watching her softly smiling as she looked at the cards in her hand, I couldn't help but let out a small, wry chuckle. Once the game began, pairs started forming as expected, reducing the cards in our hands one by one. In the end, it came down to 2 cards in her hand and 1 in mine. So, which one will you choose? Her voice had a slight teasing lilt, her tone playful yet confident. She held 1 card in each hand, making it easy for me to choose. Despite her usual stoic demeanor, I decided to employ the classic old maid trick, watching her reactions. I hovered my fingers over the card in her right hand and glanced at her face. Her lips subtly curled into a smile, and her expression brightened. Suspecting it might be a bluff, I then moved toward the card in her left hand. Her eyebrows drooped slightly, and her shoulders slumped in an exaggerated display of disappointment. Whenever I reached for the right card, her face lit up. When I reached for the left, she pouted adorably. "What is this? She's so cute." I had always thought her smile was charming, but the way her expressions shifted so visibly was surprisingly endearing. Maybe it was because she was usually so stoic that the contrast made her reactions all the more captivating. Even elementary school kids would probably have better poker faces than this. Her transparent attitude was so amusing I couldn't help but laugh softly. What's so funny? Apparently unaware of her own expressions, she tilted her head slightly, her big, round eyes meeting mine in innocent confusion. "Ah, it's nothing." I wanted to savor this moment a little longer. Reluctant to end the game just yet, I feigned ignorance and pulled the card from her left hand. "I lost. Please, let's play again." "I won't lose next time." The moment I drew the winning card, her shoulders drooped, and she pouted slightly in frustration. Her lips pressed into a small line, and her sulky expression was unexpectedly fresh and endearing. Even as she puffed out her cheeks and gave me a mock glare, it wasn't intimidating in the slightest. If anything, it made her seem more like a small animal, stirring an urge to ruffle her hair, though I, of course, restrained myself. Determined not to lose, she eagerly prompted another game. We played 3 more rounds after that, and I won every single time. Section. After an evening of triumph at Old Maid, I headed to work for my shift. Although I was focused on my tasks, I couldn't stop myself from thinking about her ever-changing expressions during our game. The memory brought an unintentional smile to my face. "You seem cheerful today." While cleaning up after my shift, Hiyaraga-san, who happened to share this shift with me for the first time in a while, spoke up. Since the day I asked for her advice about the present, the slight barrier between us seemed to have eased, and we'd started chatting casually now and then. "Do I?" "Yes, you even smiled a little to yourself a few times." I hadn't realized my expression had been so obvious. It must have been because I kept recalling how amusing her shifting expressions were. The thought of being caught grinning embarrassed me slightly, and I let out an awkward laugh. "Actually, something fun happened today, and I guess I've been thinking about it." "What happened?" Hiyaraga-san tilted her head slightly, a curious expression on her face. Her eyes, magnified slightly by her glasses, rounded in mild confusion. The old her would likely have brushed off the conversation or changed the subject, but recently she'd started engaging more. It made me happy, like we'd grown a little closer. "I played Old Maid with the girl I mentioned before." At my words, her body stiffened slightly, reacting visibly. "I see. But I don't think there's anything particularly funny about Old Maid." She still seemed unconvinced, her head still tilted. True, there wouldn't normally be anything laugh-worthy about a simple game of Old Maid. Well, normally, that's true. But her expressions kept changing so much. Expressions. Yeah, her expressions. You know how, at the end, it comes down to 2 cards and you have to pick one? When I reached for the joker, her face lit up with excitement, and when I went for the other card, she'd get all dejected. Her eyes widened slightly, as though something had just clicked. She murmured something under her breath, too soft for me to catch. "Is something wrong?" "No, it's nothing, so that's what you found funny." Yeah, she doesn't usually show much emotion, so seeing her expressions change so much was refreshing. Plus, it was really cute. "See cute." Her voice wavered slightly, and her cheeks took on a faint pink hue. She flinched, as though startled by her own reaction. Yeah, she was super cute. Watching her expressions was so heartwarming. And the fact that she felt comfortable enough to show me that side of herself made me really happy. I see. Well, yes, I suppose showing a side of herself she doesn't usually reveal means she trusts you. She spoke softly, almost as though she was talking to herself, her head lowered slightly. I couldn't see her face clearly, but her voice carried a gentle, warm tone. Exactly. Knowing that she trusted me enough to let her guard down made it even more enjoyable to see those expressions, which is probably why I couldn't stop smiling. I understand now. Hearing my explanation, she finally seemed to get it, nodding with a small sound of realization. Although she seemed satisfied, I couldn't stop myself from continuing. That bright, sparkling look she gets when she's happy is the cutest of all. It's like you can see her emotions reflected directly in her face, and her smile is so charming. Even just thinking about it now is enough to make me feel at peace. That's enough, I get it already. Really? Just as I was about to continue describing her charm, Hiraga-san hastily stopped me, flustered. From her perspective, it was probably hard to stay interested in a story about someone she didn't know. Maybe it was even a bit boring. I don't usually talk about Sato with anyone, so once I started, I couldn't help but get carried away. Regretting my overenthusiasm, I glanced at Hiraga-san, who was looking downward, her ears slightly red, just as Mai appeared. "Oh, are you two senpais having another consultation?" With her lively voice, Mai approached us, her tied-up ash-brown hair swaying as her sharp eyes turned toward us. "Ah, sorry, Mai-chan. When you overheard last time, I ended up explaining a little. I didn't want there to be any weird misunderstandings." Misunderstanding? At the word, I tilted my head in curiosity. Hiraga-san hesitated, her cheeks tinged pink as she mumbled something, clearly finding it difficult to explain. Mai, however, eagerly jumped in to clarify. "You see, Hiraga-senpai doesn't usually get close to people, but with Tanaka-senpai, she talks so casually, you know. So I thought for sure it was because she liked you." "Ah, I see. That's what it was about. Well, no, she's just been listening to my stories." "Yes, she explained that to me too, and that's how I found out you two were having consultations." Mai laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of her head. "I see, so that's what it was. I'm glad the misunderstanding got cleared up. Otherwise, it might have caused trouble for Hiraga-san, especially since she seems to have someone she likes recently." "Oh, does that mean you know who Hiraga-senpai likes?" "Just from bits and pieces. When she talks about that person, she's so different from usual, isn't she?" Mai's eyes sparkled as she leaned in, eager to agree with me. "Tanaka-senpai, you're really observant, right? When Hiraga-senpai talks about the person she likes, her vibe completely changes." "Well, yeah. Compared to her usual cool demeanor, she does seem a bit softer when she brings him up." "That's it. When she talks to me, it's way more obvious." "More obvious?" I couldn't help but feel curious. If Mai was making such a big deal out of it, it must have been a significant change. "Oh, totally, she gets super cute. Her face goes bright red, and she gushes about how he's so kind despite his sharp tongue, or he reacts like a kid when he sees something he loves. It's adorable." "W8 Mai-chan." Stop." Hiraga-san's face turned crimson as she rushed to cover Mai's mouth with her hand. It was rare to see her this flustered. Even as she tried to silence Mai, she glanced at me, her ears as red as her face. Clearly, she was extremely embarrassed. Did you hear all of that?" Yeah." I hesitated, debating whether to lie, but ultimately answered honestly. There was no way I could pretend I hadn't heard after all that. As I nodded awkwardly, she glared at me, trying to mask her embarrassment. "Forget it, got it. You didn't hear anything, Tanaka-san." "Okay." Her sharp glare left me no choice but to nod furiously. Satisfied, she turned back to Mai, who was still trying to speak through Hiraga-san's hand. "Why did you have to say all that?" Because you were so cute back then. And it's just Tanaka-senpai. It's fine if he knows, right?" Of all people, Tanaka-san is the last person who should know. Her emphatic denial stung a little. I thought she trusted me at least a bit, so hearing that hurt more than I expected. Without thinking, I let my disappointment slip out. "Do I really not seem trustworthy?" And no, that's not it at all. I think you're very trustworthy, Tanaka-san." She flailed slightly, her voice earnest and steady as she tried to reassure me. It didn't feel like she was lying, and her words soothed my wounded pride a little. But before I could fully process her response, Mai interjected. "Sorry for spilling the beans earlier, but I do have a reason for it." "A reason?" "Yes. From what I've heard, Hiraga-senpai is always helping Tanaka-senpai with his concerns, right?" "That's true, yes." Hiraga-san nodded, and I agreed with a small nod of my own. "Well, if she's always giving advice, I think it's only fair that Hiraga-senpai gets advice in return." It's not often you can get a guy's perspective, after all. Well, that's true, but... Hiroga-san glanced at me briefly before turning back to Mai. I'm happy to help, of course, but a male perspective can really make a difference, you know? Especially since Tanaka-senpai seems like someone who's good with women. I'm really not. Really? That's surprising. Mai tilted her head, her wide eyes showing genuine disbelief. Apparently, my appearance gave off that impression. Anyway, I think it'd be a good idea for Hiroga-senpai to consult with Tanaka-senpai. There are some things that are easier to ask a stranger than the person in question, right? It seemed Mai genuinely wanted me to support Hiroga-san, and her earlier comments had all been to push me into that role. While her approach was a bit forceful, it was clear she deeply cared about Hiroga-san. Well, yeah, it's not like I can talk to the person directly, which is why I consult with you, Hiroga-san. So if you ever feel like talking to someone, I'd be happy to help. Since she usually listened to my problems, this was the least I could do to repay her kindness. Looking directly at Hiroga-san, I noticed her eyes wavering with hesitation. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words came out, and she closed it again. This happened a couple of times before she finally seemed to resign herself and spoke. Fine. If I ever really need help, I'll ask for it. So, when that happens, I'm counting on you. Of course. Although she seemed like she had more to say, she bowed her head slightly, and I readily agreed. Wow, I'm not sure what made you hesitate so much, but with this, Tanaka-senpai is officially part of the Love Talk circle. Mai-chan, I appreciate that you're trying to help me, but please don't go around sharing my feelings with Tanaka-san without my permission. Oh, but you're so cute when you're gushing about someone, Hiroga-senpai. I might end up bragging about you again. Mai-chan, stop it. If Mai-san was praising her so much, then Hiroga-san must truly be adorable when she's talking about someone she likes. Watching their playful exchange, I couldn't help but get the feeling that Mai would find another excuse to share more with me in the future. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5. The bookmark of the school's most beautiful girl. Winter had deepened, and the cold grew harsher by the day. The sky was a blanket of overcast gray, and the chill in the air made it feel more likely to snow than rain. The wind was sharp, cutting into me as I made my way to Sato's house, shivering more times than I cared to count. In stark contrast to the frigid outdoors, the inside of Sato's house was warm and cozy. I hung my thick jacket on a hanger, settling down in just a thin long-sleeve shirt as I immersed myself in a book. It was a peaceful, gentle time, one that made it easy to lose myself in the world of the story. When I finished a chapter, I reached for the tea Sato had made. It had cooled to lukewarm, but its warmth still seeped into my stomach. As I glanced at Sato, I noticed she was looking at me. What's up? Nothing. Our eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze, her clear, beautiful eyes flickering before landing on the book in her lap. But moments later, she glanced back at me, this time from beneath her lashes in a hesitant, upward look. You've been reading the same series I lent you for a while now, but don't you read other books? I do, back at home. I've got a pretty big stack of unread books waiting for me. I see. How many are we talking about? About 50 or so. 50? Her eyes blinked wide in shock, and she froze, clearly stunned. Well, I couldn't blame her. I thought it was excessive too. Listen, I know what you're going to say. I've gone overboard, right? I know. But there are reasons for this. And those reasons are: when it's a long break, and you're allowed to borrow up to 10 books at a time, of course, you take all 10. No, you only borrow as many as you actually plan to read. And then, I continued, ignoring her retort, during a long break, you feel like you have the time to read new books, so you end up impulse buying another 20 or so. This is clearly all your fault. At least finish the ones you've borrowed first. She hit me with flawless logic. I'm against violence, though. I know, but I just couldn't help myself. Seriously. Well, it's your money, but at least make sure you don't lose sleep over it. Got it. Her words, half exasperated and half concerned, struck a chord. She had reminded me enough times to take care of myself that even I had started paying attention to my health. Still, considering how fast you seem to read, it's impressive that you're down to 50 books at all. This is actually the first time it's piled up this much. I'm trying to work through them as much as I can. Is that so? I've actually got a small pile of unread books myself these days. Oh, so you're one of us too. Us no, don't lump me in with a book addict like you. As expected of fellow book lovers, we had similar struggles. Or so I thought until she recoiled in disgust, leaning back slightly. That's a little harsh, isn't it? I cleared my throat, attempting to reset the atmosphere. Well, anyway, there's a good way to deal with that, you know. Really, please share. Her curiosity piqued. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes alight with interest. First, you buy books more frequently. Huh, that'll just make the pile bigger. She stared at me, her wide eyes blinking in disbelief before narrowing suspiciously. She clearly wasn't following my logic. Smirking confidently, I continued. The more books you pile up, the more pressure you feel to read them. It forces you to pick up the pace. Are you stupid? Without hesitation, she dismissed my plan, directing a cold, disapproving stare at me. She let out a long sigh, as if words couldn't adequately express her disappointment. Her reaction left me speechless, even though I'd thought my idea was perfect. Anyway, I don't pile up nearly as many books as you. If I just keep reading at my usual pace, I'll get through them. I can't believe I expected a reasonable suggestion from you. Hey, I gave it some serious thought, you know. When it comes to books, you're hopeless. And to think you're so reliable in other areas. Despite her attempt to salvage my reputation, her gaze remained one of pure exasperation. Letting out another sigh, she suddenly clapped her hands together as if remembering something. Oh right, I bought cake earlier. It's the perfect time for a break, don't you think? She stood up and headed to the kitchen, returning with a white box from the fridge. Carefully, she opened it, revealing 2 types of cake. What's the occasion? On the table sat 2 small cakes. One was covered in matcha cream with chocolate sauce drizzled on top, while the other was coated in a red berry chocolate glaze, topped with a strawberry. Though she often offered tea and snacks, this was the first time she'd brought out cake. Well, it's Christmas Eve after all. Oh, I see. I hadn't given it any thought, but her words reminded me. Today was December 24th, Christmas Eve. A day for couples and would-be lovers to celebrate together, a day buzzing with romantic energy for many. Caught up in my books, I'd completely forgotten, though for others, it was undoubtedly a significant occasion. Sorry, I feel bad about spending such an important day with someone like me. No, not at all. I just used the excuse of a special day to indulge in some cake I wanted to eat. Although Sato had opened up to me more lately, her clear, unambiguous tone left no room for any mistaken assumptions. There was no way I could delude myself into thinking she had romantic feelings for me. Her attitude, devoid of any sense of seeing me as a man, made me chuckle awkwardly. Is it okay if I take one? Of course. If the cost is bothering you, consider it a Christmas present. The cakes were likely expensive, so her reassurance was an attempt to put me at ease. All right, then I'll take whichever one you don't pick. Are you sure? You're the one who went out and bought them. It's only fair. Thank you. Her face lit up with joy as she began deliberating over the 2 cakes. Both must have looked appealing to her since she had chosen them herself. She alternated her gaze between the matcha cake and the strawberry-topped cake, a quiet escaping her lips as she weighed her options. After a while, she declared, I've decided, and picked up the matcha cake. Well, let's dig in. Yeah, let's eat. We clasped our hands together in the customary pre-meal gesture before carefully cutting into our respective cakes. The moment she took her first bite, her eyes widened slightly, and then her expression softened. A gentle, blissful smile spread across her face as her eyes narrowed in contentment. What is it? Nothing, just that you look like you're really enjoying that cake. Since that day, Sato had started smiling more openly around me. The happy expression she wore now was one I had worked hard to help her regain, and seeing it made all the effort worthwhile. Her soft, unguarded smile was far from her usual stoic demeanor. It felt like something she showed only to me, making me feel both proud and a little bashful. Even though I'd grown used to it, Sato's smile was undeniably captivating. No matter how many times I saw it, I couldn't help but be drawn in. Well, of course, it's delicious. Would you like a bite? Hi. Caught off guard, I froze as she scooped a piece of cake onto her fork and held it out to me. It was the classic odd gesture, and I couldn't hide my surprise at her unexpected action. I turned to look at her, hoping to discern her intentions, but her expression was calm, unbothered. She seemed to think nothing of it, simply offering me a taste to share the enjoyment of the cake. For her, it was probably nothing more than a casual gesture. For me, the notion of being fed by a beautiful girl, a completely unforeseen and rare experience, was overwhelming. My embarrassment trumped any fleeting sense of male pride. No, I think I'll pass on the whole thing. Struggling against the rising tide of self-consciousness, I managed to stammer out a response. Her eyes flickered with realization as she grasped what she had done. She averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. I didn't mean it like that. She quickly withdrew the fork, setting it back on her plate as she looked down, embarrassed. Every now and then, she peeked at me with furtive glances, only to drop her gaze again. Her neck, exposed by her tied-up hair, was also tinged red. I guessed that, in her own way, she saw me as a trusted companion, comfortable enough to let her guard down. Perhaps she hadn't realized how her actions might be perceived. I get it. Thanks for offering. I'll just take a piece myself. Grateful for her trust but slightly exasperated by her obliviousness, I took a piece of her cake. After that, she slowly began eating her cake again, though she still shot a few embarrassed glances my way. The awkward silence lingered until both our plates were clean, at which point she placed her fork down. Sorry about earlier. It's fine, just be more mindful next time. I will, so how was the cake? Did you like it? Yeah, it was great. Which shop is it from? The one near the station. Oh, the one with the long lines all the time. That's a real treat. Thanks for sharing it. Don't mention it. Like I said, I just wanted to eat it myself. Sato's casual tone left no room for doubt. She wasn't pretending. She truly just wanted to enjoy the cake. Knowing her sweet tooth, that explanation fit perfectly. Still, I couldn't help but feel bad about taking without giving something in return. Is there anything you want? I don't feel right just taking this without repaying you somehow. No, really, it's fine. Besides, if you gave me something and it ended up breaking again, I'd feel bad. Her words were followed by a faint, sad smile. The way her voice wavered tugged at my chest. Even though I know everything is bound to break someday, I'm scared to treasure anything again. Once something precious is lost, it's gone forever. Her voice carried a mix of sorrow and resignation, her expression serene yet tinged with bitterness. The sight of her resigned gaze, so beautiful yet so painful to witness, made my heart ache. Are you talking about the bookmark? Yes, that and a few other things. Watching Sato's faint smile, I couldn't help but curse my own naivety. I had thought that by changing her environment, I could shield her from getting hurt again. In a way, I wasn't wrong. It was true that Sato wouldn't be harmed by malice at school anymore. But the wounds she had already sustained weren't going to heal so easily. Once someone is hurt, that damage lingers. It doesn't just go away. I had been so focused on preventing further harm that I had overlooked the scars she already bore. Even though she had regained her smile, the pain inside her still remained. This realization hit me hard, like a cold slap of reality. Thank you for cherishing that bookmark so much. It's nothing, really. The broken pieces are in that box, right? Yes. I just couldn't bring myself to throw them away, so I put them in a box and kept them. Even though it was damaged, she gazed at the box with such care and tenderness. I was glad she treasured it, but seeing her look at it like that only made it more painful to watch. I wondered if there was anything I could do for her, and then an idea struck me. It wasn't much, and it might not even work, but it was a sliver of hope. It might not count as a Christmas present, but it was worth a shot. The store where I bought it might be able to repair it. Want to give it a try? Hi. Why, yes, I'd love to. Her eyes lit up, and she leaned forward excitedly over the table, her usual calm demeanor momentarily forgotten. Sato's face, suddenly so close to mine, caught me off guard, and I instinctively leaned back. Oh, okay, just don't get your hopes up, all right? It's a pretty unique item, so there's a good chance they won't be able to fix it. I understand, I just want to check, that's all. Her expression brimmed with anticipation, and the sadness that had shadowed her earlier was gone. My hastily made suggestion had clearly been worth it. Sato quickly began preparing to leave. Being Christmas Eve, the shopping mall was bustling with people. Couples were everywhere, their numbers even greater than usual, making it abundantly clear that Christmas was a day for them to enjoy together. Well-dressed men and women passed by, chatting and laughing. As we walked, a thought struck me. Did this count as me asking her out? Inviting her out on Christmas Eve of all days might give her the wrong idea. I glanced at Sato, but she seemed entirely focused on the bookmark. Her mind was probably preoccupied with that and nothing else. Let's hurry. Where did you buy it? I'm pretty sure it was at a jewelry shop on the second floor. Got it. With a determined look, Sato started walking toward the escalator. She carried a shopping bag over her shoulder, the box containing the bookmark inside. She held the bag carefully with one hand, as though it were something truly precious. The second floor was just as crowded as the first, making it difficult to navigate. People streamed past us, and we had to weave through the throng, avoiding collisions. Do you see it? No, it should be around here somewhere. I did check a few shops back then. You did? Well, I wanted to make sure I got something good to give you. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I turned my gaze forward, away from her. You went out of your way to find the best one, huh? Of course. I owed you for everything you've done for me. I'm not so ungrateful as to give you something half-hearted. And yet I broke it. I'm sorry. That wasn't your fault, so don't worry about it. Sato always seemed to take everything upon herself. While her sense of responsibility was admirable, she didn't need to bear the weight of things that weren't her fault. Watching her face darken with guilt, I let out a quiet sigh. We continued searching, retracing my steps from memory until we finally found the shop. There it is. This is the one. The entrance displayed a lineup of delicate glass accessories. It didn't seem to have changed much since the last time I was here. Taking a deep breath, we stepped inside. Welcome. The shop clerk greeted us with a pleasant smile, her earrings catching the light as they swayed. Sato and I approached the counter together. Excuse me. Yes, how can I help you? I bought something here before, a glass bookmark. It broke, and I was wondering if you offer repairs. I'm terribly sorry, but we don't provide repair services. Oh. The soft sigh that escaped from beside me was barely audible, but it carried her disappointment clearly. Even though she had tried to keep her expectations low, the news still stung. Clinging to a slim chance, I took the box from Sato's shopping bag and showed it to the clerk. We have all the pieces here. Is there really no way you can fix it? It's very important to her. I'm very sorry. The best we can offer is for you to purchase a new one. Can't you at least use the pieces to recreate it? I wish we could, but unfortunately, that's not something we can do. I'm truly sorry. The clerk's voice was apologetic, but her answer was firm. As a business, they likely couldn't accommodate personal requests like this. I understood that, but still, could you? It's fine. Any more than this, and we'd just be bothering them. Let's go. Sato gently tugged at my sleeve, snapping me out of my persistence. I looked up to see the clerk's slightly troubled expression and realized she was right. Sorry for being so persistent. No, it's okay. If you'd like, I can introduce some similar products. I glanced over at Sato, who silently shook her head. I appreciate the thought, but I'll pass. Thank you for your time. After a polite bow, we left the shop with heavy steps. Neither of us spoke as we walked. Sato kept her head down, her silence weighing heavily in the cold air. By the time we reached her house, I still hadn't figured out the right words to say. Suggesting the shop had been a spur-of-the-moment idea, but it had given her hope I couldn't fulfill. The guilt gnawed at me. I think I'll head home for today. All right. Sorry for getting your hopes up. It's fine, I know you were just trying to help. Her voice was quiet, resigned. We exchanged only a few words before silence fell between us again. See you tomorrow then. Yes, see you tomorrow. Her wave was weak, her hand barely moving. As I walked away, the evening air grew colder. Though it wasn't even 5 yet, the sky had darkened, and shadows stretched long across the streets. Then, something white fluttered past the corner of my vision. Looking up, I realized it had begun to snow. The delicate flakes fell softly from the gray sky. Ah, I forgot to return the box with the bookmark pieces. I sighed, realizing I'd taken it out of her bag during our conversation with the shopkeeper and forgotten to give it back. I'll just return it tomorrow, I thought, exhaling into the frosty air. But as I continued walking, guilt weighed on me. Had I made a mistake? Maybe I should have checked with the shop alone first, sparing her the heartbreak. Instead, I'd given her a sliver of hope, only to crush it. Tomorrow, she'll probably act like nothing happened. She'll smile kindly, hiding her hurt the way she always does. Over winter break, she's done just that, carrying her pain quietly and pretending she's okay. But that's not the smile I want to see. Saito must be carrying many painful memories. The past can't be changed. The broken bookmark is no exception. The difference here is that I know what caused her pain. I understand why she's hurt. And this time, there's something I can still do to help her. What should I do? I already know the answer. It's just the method that eludes me. I've never repaired glass before, nor do I know anyone who has. Even the shop had turned us away. Should I give up? Should I just accept reality? Ordinarily, I would have. I'd tell myself it's more efficient to let go than to waste energy on something impossible. But this is Saito. Saito still treasures that bookmark. She's hurting, and now that I know that, I can't let it go. But how? The methods I'd thought of had all failed. What options do I have left? Repairing it seemed impossible. Making a new one might be the only viable solution. Even if it couldn't be restored, creating something from the pieces might bring her some comfort. But for that, I'd need someone skilled with glass crafts. And then it hit me. Someone I knew had mentioned crafting beautiful rainbow-colored orbs. While it wasn't the same, maybe she could offer some advice. I pulled out my phone and quickly dialed her number. Tanaka-senpai, what's wrong? It's rare for you to call me. Sorry for the sudden call. I need to ask about those rainbow orbs you always wear. You mentioned you make them, right? Yes, that's right. What about them? Are they made of glass? How do you make them? Oh, they're not glass. They're resin. They do look similar, though. Resin? Yeah, it's a transparent liquid that hardens when exposed to UV light. You can mix colors into it and make all sorts of pretty things. I think it can even be used for repairing cracked glass. Wait, seriously. I couldn't hide my excitement, my voice louder than I'd intended. Yeah, I think so. I've never tried it myself, but resin can definitely bond with glass. It's often used for things like fixing cracks in car windshields, so it should work. That's amazing. An actual method had appeared out of nowhere. If I carefully arranged the pieces within a mold and used resin to hold them together, it might not look perfect, but it could still work. Are you planning to fix something? Yeah, a glass bookmark. It's really important to someone I care about, but it's pretty shattered. I want to piece it back together. For someone important, I see. If you'd like, I can help you with it. Thank you. I'd appreciate it if you could show me how to use the resin and recommend what to buy. Having someone experienced to guide me was a huge relief. Even if I could figure it out on my own, having Mai's help would make the process much smoother. It's better to go sooner, isn't it? I'm free tomorrow morning. Want to go resin shopping together? I could give you some recommendations. Yeah, that'd be great, thanks. Going out with a girl felt a bit nerve-wracking, but I couldn't let that stop me. This was for fixing Saito's bookmark. After agreeing on the time and place, I hung up the phone. Looking it up online, it seemed that resin could adhere to glass. If I made a mold, carefully arranged the broken pieces, and solidified them, it should work. While nothing was guaranteed, just finding a potential solution lifted a weight off my shoulders. I could fix it. I would fix it. For now, I decided not to visit Saito's house until the bookmark was repaired. I sent her a quick message to let her know. Message to Saito: sorry, I won't be able to come over for about a week. Her brown cat icon immediately showed a red receipt. Saito's reply: got it. Are you doing something? Message to Saito: training. Gonna lock myself away and read tons of books. Saito's reply: what are you even saying? That doesn't sound like training at all. I dodged her question with a half-hearted excuse, only to get her usual sharp reply. I could practically hear her sighing on the other side of the screen. The next day, I arrived at the mall entrance at 10, just as it opened. That was also our agreed meeting time, but it seemed Mai had arrived earlier than me. It was my first time seeing her in casual clothes. Compared to her work uniform, her outfit emphasized her femininity more. She wore a white sweater paired with black skinny jeans and a navy scarf with red stripes wrapped snugly around her neck, covering her mouth for extra warmth. Sorry, and thanks for helping out on such short notice. No worries. When it's something important to someone dear to you, I can't just ignore it. Really, thank you so much. Mai's straightforward smile made me bow my head once again in gratitude. Though we weren't particularly close, she had willingly agreed to help, and I couldn't be more grateful. I figured as much, but the person you're doing this for, it's your girlfriend, right? Huh? No, nothing like that. She's just a friend I trust deeply. Saito was someone irreplaceable to me, a precious and important friend. At least that's what I told myself. Yet there was a faint, nagging sense of discomfort in my chest. Mai didn't seem to notice my unease and muttered wistfully, "Ah, so not your girlfriend, huh? A best friend then, that's nice. I wish I had someone like that." "You don't." "I have close friends, but no one I'd call a best friend. Up until a little while ago, I didn't even have many friends at all. I might seem outgoing now, but back in junior high, I was a pretty quiet type." "Yeah, I heard a little bit about that from Hiraga-san." "Oh, really? Anyway, that's why I've always admired the idea of having a best friend." Mai's openness about her past was refreshing. It reminded me of the quiet strength Sato had as well. I wasn't close to her from the beginning, either. We've only really started talking in the past couple of months. "Really?" "Yeah. I'd seen her around before, but we only began interacting 2 months ago. It's strange, though. Despite how little time we've known each other, we just click. Talking to her is easy, and I trust her completely. I don't think the length of time really matters." Wow, sounds like a fated encounter. Fated encounter, huh? The grandiose phrasing made me chuckle wryly. I wasn't one to believe in fate, but if it applied to anyone, maybe it did to my meeting with Sato. At that moment, the mall doors opened. Being early, there weren't as many people as there would be in the evening, but the Christmas season still brought in a steady stream of shoppers. Following the flow of the crowd, we entered. Now that my head wasn't entirely occupied with the bookmark, I noticed the mall's Christmas decorations. Red and green adorned every corner, and a large fir tree stood near the entrance, dazzling with lights and ornaments. With that as our backdrop, Mai led me to the resin section of the craft store. "Tanaka-san, don't you have anything planned for Christmas?" "Not really. I'll be focusing on fixing the bookmark. I want to get it done as soon as possible." "You should say that directly to her. If I were in her shoes, I'd fall for you. You must really care about her." Mai's kind smile made me feel self-conscious. Her comment brought a warmth to my cheeks, and I tried to deflect by steering the conversation back on track. "Well, yeah, anyway, what about you? Don't you have plans today?" "I do. I'm having a Christmas party with some friends this afternoon. That's why I asked you to meet in the morning." "Ah, got it. Still, I thought you'd be spending it with your boyfriend or something." "Haha, what are you talking about? I don't have one. Just a lonely single girl here." Her laugh was genuine, but for a moment, her brows dipped ever so slightly. Sorry if I hit a nerve." "Hey, don't apologize. That makes it worse. Besides, I have someone I like, so I'm fine." "You do?" "Of course. I mean, I'm a young high school girl. Isn't it normal to have at least 1 or 2 crushes? 1 or 2 is pushing it, don't you think?" Mai puffed out her chest proudly, prompting my reflexive quip. It wasn't like doubling up on crushes made it okay. Kidding, but I really do have someone I like." She stuck out her tongue playfully, then turned forward, her gaze growing distant as she began to speak. I changed so I could stand by that person's side. "Wait, does that mean?" "Oh, here we are. This store has a great selection. I'm sure we'll find the perfect resin here." "Got it. I'll leave the recommendations to you." Mai's muttered words caught my attention, but the mood didn't feel right to press further. Watching her enthusiastically lead the way, I swallowed the words that almost escaped my lips. Afterward, we went through a lot of explanations about resin and picked out the best one for the job. Which type to use, how to set it, what color to choose, was it really okay to mix in glass? With help from the store clerk, we decided on the most suitable items. Luckily, we found what we needed and made the purchase. Along with the resin, we also picked up molds, a UV light, and other necessary tools before leaving the shopping mall. I'm glad we found what you needed. If you do everything carefully, it looks like you'll be able to fix it." "Yeah, really. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, it seems doable now." "No problem. I hope it goes well." Mai's words prompted a firm nod from me. Everything was ready. All that was left was to act. I'd probably fail many times, especially in the beginning when I was unfamiliar with the process. Still, giving up wasn't an option. I had the means now, and the rest was sheer determination. I'd make sure to fix it, no matter what. Of course, I was anxious. There were no guarantees of success. In fact, failure seemed more likely. Maybe it would have been better to leave it untouched rather than risk ruining it further. But even so, I couldn't back down. Not if it meant sparing Sato from more sadness and helping heal the wounds she carried. Now that I had the method, there was no reason not to try. I wanted her to smile happily without hiding her pain. Back home, I got to work immediately. Ideally, Mai could have shown me more of the process, but she had plans that afternoon, and she admitted she had no experience with repairs like this either. That meant I had to experiment on my own, making inevitable mistakes along the way. I couldn't bring myself to impose on her further. From this point on, it was a solo endeavor. She did say I could call if I ran into any trouble, so I'd keep that in mind. I emptied the shopping bag onto my desk and lined up the items: resin liquid, molds, a UV light, liquid dyes, tweezers. Since I'd never done this before, the first step was to figure out how the resin hardened. Making a bookmark with resin was straightforward enough. Pour the liquid resin into a plastic mold and expose it to UV light or sunlight. In 5 to 10 minutes, it would harden. I completed my first bookmark without issue and examined the result. It looked decent for a simple, transparent piece with nothing embedded, and its strength was sufficient. My main concern, whether it would harden properly, was resolved, but a few problems emerged. First, the distortion. Likely due to heat, the edges had slightly warped, making it impractical for use as a bookmark. Next, air bubbles. I noticed them when pouring the resin, and they remained after hardening. Since the final attempt would be a one-shot deal, I had to ensure no bubbles formed. Finally, excess material. The mold left uneven edges, with some parts sticking out and ruining the appearance. With the problems identified, the next step was solving them. There was still a long way to go, but at least I could see the potential to restore the bookmark to its original quality. Refocusing my efforts, I tackled each issue one by one, gradually finding solutions until I was ready for the real attempt. Can I do this? December 31. My nerves were on edge. No matter how many deep breaths I took, my racing heartbeat wouldn't slow down. After one last exhale, I turned my gaze to the box in front of me. Inside were shards of broken glass, their fractured edges still sparkling beautifully. Resolving myself, I began the task of piecing them back together. First, I placed the rectangular metal frame from the original bookmark. Then, with tweezers, I carefully arranged the glass shards within it. It was tedious, almost absurd work. The pieces varied greatly in size, making it hard to figure out where each one fit. Yet I stayed focused, moving forward with care and precision, checking my progress repeatedly. Finally, it's all in place. Because the bookmark had fallen and shattered, many small fragments were missing, leaving more gaps than I'd anticipated. The next steps would be even more challenging. I grouped the same colored shards together, using resin to bind them. Once they set, I filled the gaps between different colored pieces with more resin, securing everything into the bookmark shape. After some time, the glass shards were fused together, forming a single piece. It's done, finally. Seeing the restored shape, a sense of relief washed over me. It had been so long since I'd last seen it in its original form. From here, the rest was straightforward. I poured clear resin around the metal-framed glass and carefully coated it, ensuring no air bubbles formed. Double-checking and triple-checking for bubbles, I finally set it out to harden under the sun. Luckily, the clear skies meant it would solidify quickly. I placed it in the garden to bask in the sunlight. It's beautiful. The bookmark sparkled in the sunlight, its colors shifting as the light danced across its surface. It was mesmerizing, captivating. I glanced up at the sun. After staying indoors for so long, its light felt blinding. Squinting, I soaked in the warmth, just a little more. The repair was almost done. It had been a long journey. The day I made my first resin bookmark now felt like a distant memory. This time had been far more challenging. Countless problems arose, and matching the original quality required so much practice that I grew exhausted and sick of it. Never again, I thought, but I didn't regret it. I'd fixed Sato's treasured bookmark, and that was enough. Would this ease her pain, even a little? Would it make her happy? Would she smile again? I couldn't wait to find out. After leaving it under the sun for about an hour, I moved on to the final steps of shaping. I removed the bookmark from the mold and carefully trimmed it to the desired shape. However, the surface was rough and unsightly, so I smoothed it meticulously with sandpaper. Gently, gently, so as not to damage it or leave any scratches. After several rounds of sanding, I evenly applied another layer of resin with a brush and set it under the UV light one final time. The clock indicated that 10 minutes had passed. I cautiously retrieved the bookmark from the light and held it in my hand. Phew, it's done. It was perfect. The bookmark shimmered in my hand, just like it had when I first gifted it. The size and shape were flawless. Although the repairs had made it slightly thicker than before, that only meant it would be more durable. Holding it up to the light, I couldn't help but smile. This would definitely make Sato happy. It was so well done that it didn't even look like it had been repaired. She was sure to love it. Just imagining her reaction filled me with excitement. Oh, I should let her know. Looking outside, I noticed it was already evening, with the sun beginning to set. Despite starting in the morning, the day had flown by during the repair work. Still, there was time. I could give it to her before the new year arrived. Sorry for the sudden message, but is it okay if I come over today? I just need you to step outside for a moment. I won't come inside. She read the message almost immediately. Sure, that's fine. Great, I'll head over now. All right, it was time. I couldn't wait to see her expression. Eagerly, I began changing and preparing to leave when my phone buzzed with another notification. Did something come up? Pulling it from my pocket, I glanced at the screen. Since we're meeting outside anyway, why don't we go for our first shrine visit of the year? I blinked at the message, then stared at it again. No matter how many times I read it, the words didn't change. Her unexpected suggestion left me bewildered. Wait, what? Sure, but what brought this on? It's just good timing. Fair enough. In that case, we should meet later, right? Yes, let's do that, got it. I'll come to your house at 11:30. All right, understood. With that, our conversation ended. Sliding my phone back into my pocket, I found myself gazing upward in exasperation. How did this happen? Chapter 6. New Year's shrine visit with the most beautiful girl in school. The night had deepened, and there were only a few minutes left before the date would change. Overhead, the stars shimmered brightly, their presence amplified by the crisp, clear air. Their soft light faintly illuminated the dark, shadowy streets, giving them an ethereal glow. Normally, at this late hour, the streets would be deserted. But with the new year approaching, I passed several groups of people, including what seemed like couples walking hand in hand. How did it come to this? That thought kept swirling in my mind as I walked. All I'd planned was to deliver the bookmark and surprise her. Somehow, though, I'd ended up agreeing to go to a shrine visit with her. Why had she invited me? What was her purpose? While we'd gone out together by coincidence before, this was the first time we'd planned an outing in advance. Could this be considered a date? That silly thought crept into my mind, but I quickly brushed it away. I hadn't forgotten the possibility that Sato might have feelings for me. Still, she had always treated me like a friend. Could her behavior really change so abruptly? It made more sense to assume there was some specific reason behind her invitation. But no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't figure it out. Shaking my head, I distracted myself by checking the box in my bag once more to make sure the bookmark was still there. The walk from my house to Sato's was unfamiliar but uneventful. I arrived without any issues and found myself standing in front of her door. I reached for the doorbell, my finger hovering over the button. What kind of face should I make when I see her? It had been a week since we last met, on Christmas Eve, no less. That day, we'd parted on an awkward note. It had been a week, so she likely wouldn't still be visibly upset. Should I act like everything was normal? I couldn't decide how to approach her, and my hesitation kept me from pressing the button. Time passed without resolution, so I finally forced myself to press it. The high-pitched electronic chime echoed through the hallway, followed by silence. Soon, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching from inside. The door opened. Yes. The moment I saw her, I froze. She was wearing a white sweater paired with a black denim skirt and a soft, fuzzy brown coat draped over her shoulders. Her outfit was a stark contrast to the casual clothes she usually wore at home, and it suited her perfectly. I always knew Sato could pull off any look, but I hadn't expected her to look this good. Her outfit struck a perfect balance between elegant maturity and youthful cuteness, accentuating her natural charm. While I was used to seeing her in a school uniform, the slightly shorter skirt she wore now revealed just enough of her fair thighs to catch my eye. Her glossy black hair had been styled with loose curls, giving her a gentle, feminine aura. Dangling earrings sparkled as they swayed, further enhancing her allure. The subtle makeup she wore complemented her features beautifully, exuding an air of refined elegance. She was breathtaking, so much so that I forgot to breathe. My body stiffened as I stood there, completely captivated. Noticing my reaction, she tilted her head curiously. "What's wrong?" "No, it's just, you're so beautiful I couldn't look away." The words slipped out before I could stop them, catching both of us off guard. Her eyes widened in surprise, blinking a few times before her cheeks flushed a soft pink. She pressed her lips together tightly, her expression unsure. Her reaction snapped me back to reality. Saito wasn't the type to enjoy compliments about her appearance. Regret immediately welled up as I realized what I'd just said. "Sorry, I know you don't like comments like that." That's not true." "Oh, okay." Her sudden, forceful response left me startled. Relieved that she didn't hate it, I was nonetheless taken aback by how earnest she seemed. I could only nod awkwardly. She averted her gaze, looking off to the side, then turned back to me with a slightly pouty expression. "I don't mind if it's you saying it, but don't just blurt it out like that. Seriously." "Got it, my bad." At my apology, she sighed softly, the flush in her cheeks fading into a light pink. Clearing her throat as if to reset the mood, she looked at me again. "So, are you ready to go?" "Yeah, I'm all set." "Then, let's head out. I was thinking we could go to the smaller shrine a bit farther away, where we're less likely to run into people we know." "Is that okay?" "Of course, that works perfectly for me." There were 2 shrines in our area. One was large and located in the heart of town, attracting crowds of visitors, while the other was smaller and more secluded. Because the smaller shrine was on the opposite side of town from our school, most students tended to visit the larger one. If she hadn't suggested it, I would have. Accepting her proposal, we started walking toward the smaller shrine. "By the way, why did you invite me?" "Well, I didn't want to go alone. Plus, I've never been to a shrine at night, so I wanted to experience it." "Huh, you've never been at night?" "Nope. I usually go with my mom during the day on New Year's." Maybe she really had invited me simply because she wanted to go. Judging by her cheerful expression and the way she seemed genuinely excited, there didn't seem to be any deeper reason. "You seem pretty thrilled about this." "Of course, it's my first nighttime shrine visit after all." "Is that so?" Sato's cheerful smile was free of the shadow that had clouded her expression on Christmas Eve. She seemed genuinely happy, almost as if she might start humming any moment now. Her radiant demeanor eased my worries, though there was a subtle, inexplicable tension behind her bright laughter as she said, "I'm really looking forward to this." The walk from Sato's house to the shrine took about 30 minutes. It was farther than I'd expected, and I found myself slightly out of breath by the time we arrived. "Hugh, we're finally here." That was farther than I thought. It was a bit far, sure, but it's not like it was strenuous enough to leave you winded. "Maybe you're not getting enough exercise from all that reading." "True, maybe I should start carrying 3 books at a time." "That's not the solution I was suggesting." Sato sighed, her tone exasperated. To me, carrying extra books seemed like the perfect idea, reading material for any situation and a workout. Apparently, she didn't agree. Catching my breath, I passed through the Torii gate. While this shrine was smaller than the main one in town, it was still bustling with visitors. People streamed in and out continuously. "There are more people here than I expected," I noted. "Wow, I didn't think it would be this crowded at night." Saito looked around in wonder, her eyes sparkling as she took in the scene. She seemed thrilled by the novelty of a nighttime shrine visit, her voice bright and cheerful as she flitted between sites, unable to stay focused on any one thing. "Have fun, but don't get separated, okay?" "I'm not overly excited, maybe just a little, but I'll make sure not to get lost." "Isn't that the definition of being excited?" I kept the thought to myself. My words seemed to calm her down, and she regained some composure. Her sincere reaction reminded me of an innocent child, and I couldn't help but smile. "What's so funny?" She narrowed her eyes at me, puffing out her cheeks in a mock pout. The way she glared was more endearing than intimidating, resembling a small, adorable animal. "Nothing," I replied. "Fine then, let's go." Shrugging off my vague response, she turned ahead with a determined look, her bright energy radiating as though we were off on a picnic. Her cheerfulness felt slightly out of place, but I pushed the thought aside. As we entered the crowd, the congestion was worse than it had seemed from outside. Noise surrounded us from all directions, and people moved chaotically, making it hard to navigate. I walked carefully, mindful of bumping into others as we made our way toward the Chizuya. Chazuya or Tamizuya is a Shinto water ablution pavilion for a ceremonial purification, right known as Tamizu or Chazu, hand water. The pavilion contains a large water-filled basin called a chazubachi, hand water basin. It was then that I noticed how much attention Sato was drawing. She wasn't wearing anything particularly flashy. In fact, there were others in traditional kimono who should have stood out more. Yet all eyes seemed drawn to her. It was her natural beauty, no doubt. Her makeup and outfit enhanced her charm to the fullest, making it impossible not to notice her. "What's wrong?" she asked, sensing my gaze. "Nothing," I replied. The thought crossed my mind that she must be popular, though the realization left me feeling vaguely irritated. They don't even know her. I suppressed the surge of frustration and focused on guiding us away from the Chizuya. Sato followed closely behind me as we moved through the crowd. She wasn't used to navigating such a busy environment and occasionally bumped into others, letting out a soft yelp. When I turned around, I saw her standing a few steps back, looking lost. Her brows were furrowed, and her lips were pressed tightly together as her eyes met mine. "Sorry, I walked too fast. Are you okay?" "I'm fine, sorry." I hurried over, but instead of complaining, she looked down and apologized. It wasn't her fault. I should have been paying closer attention. "We're almost through. Here, give me your hand." "Why?" "Apologies can wait. It's dangerous to stay still in a crowd." Without waiting for her answer, I took her hand and began leading her through the throng of people. She let out a small, startled sound, but I ignored it, focusing on getting us to the shrine. Eventually, we managed to line up for the visit. I should have been more considerate. "Sorry about that." "And no, it's fine." As we settled into the line, I realized I was still holding her hand. Embarrassed, I quickly let go, her soft, porcelain-like hand slipping from mine. My face grew warm as I realized what I'd done. I'd been so focused on guiding her that I hadn't noticed. Glancing at Sato, I saw her staring at her hand, opening and closing it as if testing its feel. When she noticed me looking, she turned away abruptly, her ears slightly red. "You were just helping me, so it can't be helped," she said quickly. "Anyway, the line's moving. Let's go." "Okay." With her face turned away, I couldn't see her expression, but the faint blush on her ears gave her away. I really messed up. She had once said she didn't mind being touched by me, but that didn't mean it was okay to hold her hand like that. We were just friends, after all. That kind of closeness wasn't appropriate, even if it had been unintentional. I sighed inwardly, berating myself. "Honestly, how long are you going to dwell on it?" "It's almost our turn," she said, snapping me out of my thoughts. When I looked up, Sato's blush had already faded, and she was gazing ahead with her usual expression. Seeing her calm demeanor helped dispel my lingering regret, and I turned to face forward as well. Clang, clang. The sound of a large bell echoed from up ahead. The person at the front of the line rang it, followed by the next, and then the next, the metallic tone repeating with each turn. With every deep, resonant chime, the line gradually moved forward. Is there a trick to ringing that bell properly? Who knows, isn't it just about swinging it normally? Whenever I do it, the sound is always faint. That's why I put extra effort into it every year. Sato exaggeratedly swung her arm to demonstrate, her movements so amusingly awkward that I couldn't help but laugh. "Even you do things like that?" "Well, it only happens once a year. I have to make sure it rings properly," she said, turning to me with a cheerful smile. Her expression was captivating and adorable, but for some reason, something about it didn't sit quite right with me. Carrying that vague sense of unease, we reached the front of the line for our turn at the shrine. Following the proper steps, we clapped our hands, made our prayers, and then moved away from the altar. "What did you wish for?" As I glanced at her during the prayer, her serene posture had been so beautiful it nearly entranced me. Remembering that, I couldn't help but wonder what she'd prayed for. Of course, I wished for something book-related, to encounter great books this year. "Figures," I said, chuckling. I'd had a hunch her wish would be about books, and it was amusingly typical of her. Maybe wish for something more ordinary for once. There's nothing wrong with it, so what about you? What did you wish for? "Books, obviously. I prayed for the chance to attend a signing event for one of my favorite authors. That's basically the same thing as my wish." She gave me a half-exasperated look and let out a small sigh. Her sharp, narrow-eyed glare seemed to say, "How can you criticize my wish when yours is so similar?" I shrugged apologetically, trying to brush it off. "Let's draw fortunes next. Is that okay?" "Sure, let's go." Once again, Sato took the lead, guiding us to the next spot. She seemed unusually eager tonight. "Do you like drawing fortunes?" "Yes, I do. I draw one every year." "Isn't that pretty normal?" I thought but decided not to say it. Her bright voice as she said, "I can't wait to see what I get," stopped me from teasing her. This time, I made a conscious effort to match her pace as we walked. Still partway there, she gently tugged on my sleeve. "Wait a moment." "What's up?" "They're selling ashiruko over there. Want to grab some?" Ashiruko is a traditional Japanese dessert soup made with sweet red bean paste, called anko, and chewy glutinous rice flour dumplings, called shiratama dango. She pointed toward a stall where warm amazake and ashiruko were being served. The chilly air made the idea of a warm drink appealing, so I nodded and followed her over. Amazake is a traditional sweet, low-alcohol or non-alcoholic Japanese drink made from fermented rice. "2 ashiruko, please," she said. The vendor poured the sweet red bean soup into paper cups and handed them to us. Holding the cup, I felt the comforting warmth seep into my palms. We stepped to the side of the path and took a sip. The sweetness of the red bean soup spread gently through me, and the warmth settled pleasantly in my stomach. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Glancing at Sato, I saw her sipping hesitantly. She seemed to have a sensitive palate. Finally, she took a proper sip, her eyes narrowing contentedly and her lips curving into a small smile. She let out a soft sigh, much like I had. "How is it?" I asked. "It's sweet and delicious," she replied with a bright smile, her expression radiating happiness. "You really do love sweet things, don't you?" "What's wrong with that?" "They're tasty." "I'm not complaining. Seeing you so happy puts me in a good mood, too." "I see." Her eyes widened momentarily, before she pursed her lips tightly. She then took another small sip of her ashiruko, her cheeks faintly pink. We stood quietly, sipping our drinks and watching the flow of people pass by, families, groups of friends, couples. It was a rare scene, the deep night filled with life appearing only once a year. "Shall we go now?" she finally said. "Finished." Sato, slow to drink thanks to her sensitive palate, seemed to have finally finished her ashiruko. We disposed of our cups and returned to our original objective. The warmth in my stomach lingered, making the chilly night feel a little less biting. Matching her pace this time, we arrived at the fortune-drawing station without issue. After offering the fee, I eagerly opened my fortune. It read Tsukichi, future luck, a middling result that left me chuckling awkwardly. Glancing at Sato, I saw her carefully unfolding her fortune. Her eyes blinked in surprise before her face lit up with pure delight. "Look, it's Daikichi, great luck," she exclaimed, her voice slightly louder than usual, a broad smile lighting up her face. She held the paper up proudly, the words "great luck" clearly printed on it. "That's great," I said, smiling at her unrestrained joy. Her innocent excitement was endearing. Realizing how animated she'd been, she quickly withdrew the fortune, her expression turning sheepish. Clearing her throat, she said, "Forget you saw that," before hastily reading over the rest of her fortune. Her rosy cheeks betrayed her embarrassment, and I couldn't help but laugh again. Having completed both our prayers and fortunes, I thought it might be time to head home. But just then, Sato let out a small yawn beside me. "Sleepy?" "Yes, a little," she admitted. Tears welled up at the corners of Sato's sleepy eyes as she rubbed them. She looked so much like a cat at that moment, a random thought flitting through my mind. She really does remind me of a small animal. "Shall we head home? I'll walk you back. I can get home on my own, you know. I'm not a little kid." Apparently, she didn't quite grasp that she was not just any girl, but a strikingly beautiful one at that. Having a girl, especially one as stunning as Sato, walking alone down a quiet street this late at night wasn't safe. It wasn't just about chivalry, it was the right thing to do. Letting her go alone would reflect poorly on me as a man. "That's not what I meant. You're a girl, it's dangerous out here, especially for someone as cute as you." I meant it as a sincere warning about her safety, but her lips pressed into a thin line. Before I could gauge her reaction, she turned abruptly and started walking ahead. "Wait, hey." I called out and she froze in her tracks. Slowly, she turned back toward me, her head slightly bowed. You know, you're unfair sometimes, she murmured. What did I do? It's nothing. She looked away again, leaving me puzzled. However, she seemed willing to let me walk her home, saying, "Come on, let's go," before heading off. Confused but relieved, I followed after her. As we walked, the streets grew quieter, with fewer people around the farther we got from the shrine. I instinctively checked the box in my bag again, running my fingers over its cloth-wrapped edges to reassure myself it was still there. I'll give it to her just before we part. I knew she would likely press me for answers once I handed it over. But if I played it off and left quickly, it would be fine. Besides, I couldn't help feeling shy about handing it to her face to face. It felt as if it might betray more of my feelings than I intended. Although I'd enjoyed our shrine visit, I decided to give her the bookmark and leave as quickly as possible. When we arrived at her apartment, she turned to face me. "Thank you for walking me home." "No problem. Did you enjoy your nighttime shrine visit?" "Of course. Praying in the dark felt so fresh and exciting. It was so much fun." Her beaming smile was captivating, pulling my gaze toward her. Yet there was something about it that felt slightly out of place. What was it? It didn't seem fake. Unlike the polite mask she sometimes wore at school, this was a genuine, heartfelt smile. It was the very smile I liked so much, yet a faint sense of unease lingered. "You seemed unusually lively today," I said. "You're usually quieter, so seeing you so upbeat was refreshing. But if you had fun, that's all that matters." "You noticed." Her voice dropped to a soft murmur, and she looked directly at me. "Yes, I'm fine now." Her gentle tone carried a certain weight, and her bright smile softened into a fragile one. Her clear, beautiful eyes held my gaze, leaving me momentarily breathless. She seemed about to say something important, her slender voice reaching deep into me. "I'm well enough to enjoy a shrine visit. Well enough to get excited over drawing great luck in my fortune. The bookmark was unfortunate, but I've moved on, so you don't need to feel guilty about it anymore." Her soft, heartfelt smile was the most beautiful I'd ever seen. The emotion behind it shone so brightly that it squeezed my chest painfully. Ah, so that's what it was. I finally understood the unease I'd felt all night. Seir had been unusually cheerful. She'd been brighter, more vibrant, and more animated than I'd ever seen her. It wasn't just her usual personality, it was an effort. She had been deliberately lively to reassure me that she had moved past the sadness over the bookmark. Her slight overperformance had seeped into her smiles, causing that sense of discord. All of it had been for my sake, to ease my worries, to keep me from dwelling on it. That's why she had invited me out tonight, to show me she was okay. It wasn't about herself, it was about me. Her kindness overwhelmed me, filling my heart to the brim. Sato truly was an incredible person, and so "Here, take this." I pulled the box containing the bookmark from my bag and handed it to her. She looked down at it in surprise before glancing back at me. "Oh, so you had it after all." "Yeah, I forgot to give it back on Christmas Eve. Sorry about that." "No, it's fine." She gazed at the box with a faintly sad smile, her fingers gently stroking it as if it were something precious. "Go ahead and open it." "Hi." "Just open it," I urged her. Would she be surprised? Would she be happy? Would she smile? Watching her as she opened the box, I waited with anticipation. When she lifted the lid, her eyes widened and a small gasp escaped her. "What, how?" Her voice trembled as she reached inside, carefully lifting the bookmark. She blinked several times, as if verifying its existence, before holding it close to her chest. Tears began to spill from her eyes. "Hey, wait, why are you crying?" I asked, startled. I had thought she'd be happy. I never expected her to cry. What should I do? What should I say? Caught in the swirl of emotions, I stood frozen as tear after tear fell from Sato's beautiful eyes, each drop shimmering in the dim light. Are you okay?" I stammered. "Yes, I just can't seem to stop these tears," she said, her voice trembling. Her slender, pale fingers repeatedly brushed at the corners of her eyes, but the tears kept flowing. "I did my best to fix it," I said awkwardly. "I researched, asked people for advice, and tried my hand at repairing it, but I'm no expert. If it turned out badly, I'm sorry." "That's not true." She raised her head abruptly, her voice sharp with denial. Her earnestness startled me, and I found myself nodding reflexively. "No, really, I never thought it could be fixed. I'd completely given up on it," she murmured. Her tears had stopped at some point, and she gazed at the bookmark in her hands, a soft smile gracing her lips. The way she looked at it, cradled gently in her arms, was breathtaking. The faint starlight reflected off the bookmark, making it glimmer, and for a moment she seemed almost unreal, like a fleeting vision. Still looking at the bookmark, she let out her thoughts in a voice as clear and gentle as the night air. "It feels like a dream." She took a small step forward, then another, closing the distance between us slowly but surely. When she reached me, she pressed her forehead gently against my chest. "Thank you, Tanaka-kun, for fixing the bookmark." Oh. For what felt like seconds, or maybe longer, I stood frozen, unable to process the reality of her closeness. Realizing how ridiculous I looked, I snapped out of my daze and gently placed my hands on her shoulders, carefully pulling her away. I averted my gaze, hoping to hide my face, which was burning with embarrassment. My cheeks must have been beet red. Desperate to shift the mood, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Just now, you called me by my name, didn't you?" "Yes. I've wanted to for a while, but I'd gotten used to just calling you, and it was hard to change. Is it okay if I call you that?" She didn't seem fazed by what had just happened. Her usual demeanor returned as she peeked up at me hesitantly, waiting for my answer. "Why, yeah, of course, that's fine." "Thank you," she said, smiling brightly. There was no reason for me to object after all. Her smile deepened, her cheeks tinged with a faint pink, and she glanced at me expectantly. I'd like you to call me by my name, too." "All right, Sato, is that okay?" "Yes." She looked content, and I let out a small sigh of relief. Still, what had just happened moments ago left me bewildered. "Thank you again for fixing the bookmark," she said sincerely. "Well, think of it as a late Christmas present in return for the cake." "All right. I'll make sure to treasure it this time." "Good, see you tomorrow, Sei." "Yes, see you tomorrow, Tanaka-kun." Her final smile, gentle and radiant as a flower in bloom, left an indelible impression on me as I turned and walked away. The cold night air nipped at my skin as I made my way home, my gaze occasionally drawn upward to the glittering stars. The steady rhythm of my lone footsteps echoed softly in the quiet street. I was glad that Sato had been happy. Seeing her smile again filled me with relief. Her laughter, genuine and from the heart, had been incredibly beautiful. Her tears had left me at a loss, but in the end, she smiled. That was all that mattered. I could call my attempt at a Christmas present a success. The unexpected shrine visit had thrown me off at first, but I had enjoyed it. What I hadn't expected was that it was all for me. Her kind, thoughtful actions warmed my chest. That selflessness of hers, her ability to care so deeply for others, was one of the many reasons I wanted to protect her. I was glad to see her smile so radiantly again. Thinking back to her final smile, I couldn't help but smile myself. So that's it. I had always thought that I loved Sato's smile and that everything I did for her was to protect that smile. I wanted her to laugh and be happy, so I worked hard to make that happen. But her smile wasn't the reason. It wasn't the root of it all. At the core of everything was my wish for Sato's happiness. I wanted her to live brightly, without tears or sadness. I wanted her to be safe and to find joy in life. And I realized these weren't just thoughts born of admiration. I care about her so deeply because she's precious to me. Because, without a doubt, I love her. Epilogue, a new connection between two people. It had been 4 days since Tanaka-kun returned the repaired bookmark to me. The cafe where I worked had been closed for the New Year's holiday, but reopened today. I was scheduled for the lunch shift, so I left the house accordingly. Outside, the winter weather was unusually clear. A vivid blue sky stretched above, and there was no wind. The warmth of the sun wrapped gently around my skin, and I let out a small sigh at the comforting touch of the air. I still can't believe it. Even now, it didn't feel real that the bookmark had been fixed and returned to me. I had completely given up on it, assuming it was beyond repair. Now, it was safely nestled between the pages of a book, being used once again with care. Tanaka-kun had said it so nonchalantly, but there was no way fixing something like that had been easy. He must have spent so much time researching and learning just to repair it for me. When he messaged me out of the blue, I had thought he wanted to meet because things were awkward between us. But to think it was all to fix my bookmark. He's always helping me. It's no wonder I keep falling for him. Honestly, what a troublesome person. With a wry smile at the image of Tanaka-kun in my mind, I headed to work. At the cafe, I immediately began my shift, going through the usual motions. Even though it was the new year, the work was no different, greeting customers, serving food, clearing tables. I carried out my tasks efficiently and without much thought. Every now and then, out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Tanaka-kun. His disguised appearance was, as always, a striking contrast to his usual self. He looked genuinely cool. Based on Mai-chan's reaction, it wasn't just me who thought so. He was objectively good-looking. I couldn't help but wonder why he bothered with such a disguise. It intrigued me, but I decided to leave it alone for now, enjoying the sense of exclusivity in knowing this side of him. By midday, the number of customers began to increase. Still, thanks to the lingering effects of the holiday, the cafe wasn't as busy as usual, and we managed with ease. That was when someone new entered the cafe, a tall boy with long, sleek blonde hair and striking double-lidded eyes. He exuded a natural magnetism, his gentle smile drawing attention from those around him. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have paid him much mind, but I knew this person, Ikenos, one of the most prominent figures at school. Tanaka-kun seemed to have noticed him too and approached him. "You actually came?" Tanaka muttered, sounding less than thrilled. "Why not? And hey, it suits you, Minato," Ikenos replied with an amused laugh. Watching Tanaka-kun groan while Ikenos teased him, I realized Ikenos must have known about his disguise. I had thought I was the only one privy to that knowledge, and for some reason, the realization annoyed me a little. As much as I wanted to keep eavesdropping on their conversation, I was called over by another customer. I turned my attention to work and left the two to their chat. When I finished attending to the customer and looked back, their conversation seemed to have ended. Tanaka-kun was taking orders from other customers, and Ikenos sat alone, perusing the menu. I often saw the two talking at school, so I assumed they were close. Given how Ikenos had helped address the rumors about me, they seemed to share a strong bond. For someone like Tanaka-kun, who usually kept to himself, trusting Ikenos spoke volumes. It made me curious about who Ikenos was. The ringing of the call bell brought me back to reality. I checked the table number and saw it was Ikenos' table. I steeled myself a little. It's someone from school. I can't let them recognize me. Still, I'd handled classmates before, so there was no reason to be overly nervous. I just needed to act as I always did. Step by step, I approached his table. "Thank you for waiting. May I take your order?" I'll have the lunches set and..." Ikenos trailed off as he looked up at me, stopping mid-sentence. There's something on your glasses like a smudge or something," he pointed out. "Oh. Sorry," I said hastily, taking them off to clean them. But as I wiped the lenses, I heard him murmur softly, "Sato-san." His voice was quiet, uncertain. That's when I realized my mistake. I had removed my glasses. I've messed up. Panic surged through me as my mind went blank. I couldn't think of anything to say. My reaction must have given me away because Ikenos' expression shifted to certainty. "So, it is you, Sato-san." "Yes," I admitted, resigned. There was no use denying it now. If I couldn't avoid this, I would have to convince him to keep it a secret. Resolving myself, I nodded firmly and met his gaze. To my surprise, he offered a faint smile. "You don't have to be so wary. I'm not going to tell anyone." "Thank you. I'm the one who introduced Minato to this cafe. If word got out that you worked here, it would affect him too. Wouldn't want that to happen, right?" "That does make sense. And I have seen you and Tanaka-kun together at school, so I figured you were close." I wasn't fully convinced, but his explanation seemed reasonable. "I came here to see Minato working, but I didn't expect to find you here too, Sato-san. You knew I was close to Tanaka-kun, didn't you?" "Yeah, Minato mentioned it. He told me you bonded over books." Ikenos' words didn't surprise me. After what had happened before winter break, it made sense that Tanaka-kun had confided in him. Taking this chance, I decided to express my gratitude. "Thank you for your help with the rumors before winter break. I really appreciate it." "Oh, don't thank me. I just went along with Minato's plan. He's the one you should be impressed with. He put everything together for your sake." "Is that so?" "Yeah, he even told me about his connection with you just to get my cooperation. I'd never seen him so determined." The behind-the-scenes details Ikenos shared were full of things I hadn't known. Each revelation painted a clearer picture of just how much effort Tanaka-kun had put in. Honestly, what a person he is. I don't like rumors either, Ikenos said, his tone calm but firm. But if we'd tried to defend you outright, it would have just made things worse for you, don't you think? Yes, that's why I told Tanaka-kun not to do anything, I replied. Right, I thought the same. I told him the best option was to let time sort things out. But then, he suddenly wanted to resolve it as quickly as possible, and that's how he came up with that approach. Really, Minato's amazing. There was a trace of admiration in Ikenos' expression as he spoke, a look that showed the deep trust he had in Tanaka-kun. Anyway, since he went to such lengths to help you, there's no way I'd do something to make things harder for you. You can rest easy. I see, that makes you a bit more trustworthy, I said with a small nod and a faint smile. Ikenos responded with a self-assured, friendly grin. He glanced down briefly at the name tag pinned to my chest, then looked back at me. Should I call you he or Raga-san while you're here? That would help, thank you. Got it. So, does Minato know about your real identity? No, he hasn't realized at all. Figures, with that outfit and the glasses, even I wouldn't have recognized you at first. Minato's even less likely to notice. All right, I'll keep quiet about it. Thank you, I appreciate it. We left the conversation there as I handed him the menu. After all, I couldn't afford to spend too much time chatting while working. I took his order for the lunch set and moved on, stepping away from his table. However, as I walked away, the faint murmur I heard behind me lingered in my ears. So, things have gotten pretty interesting, huh? Afterward, it's been a while. This is Gozen no Ryokucha. I received many warm comments from readers. I truly appreciate it. Among them, I often saw remarks like, I wish I could have had a school life like this. I completely agree. During my high school years, I barely had any free time due to club activities. Days off were almost non-existent, and when they did happen, they rarely coincided with the schedules of other clubs. The only people I hung out with were my fellow club members, who, aside from the manager, were all guys. The idea of chatting happily one-on-one with a girl every day is nothing short of enviable. Meanwhile, my daily companion was a black and white ball, rain or shine, snow or freezing cold. Speaking of things I envy, there's one more point worth mentioning. My school didn't have uniforms, and students could wear whatever they liked. As a result, I never experienced the quintessential uniform date that only students get to enjoy. Back when I was in high school, it didn't bother me, but recently I saw a young couple on a date in their school uniforms. That's when it hit me. I had missed out on that unique experience. The sense of despair I felt in that moment was unforgettable. To any students reading this, I highly recommend you seize the chance to go on a uniform date while you still can. If you're unsure how to confess your feelings, perhaps try saying, I'd like to go on a uniform date with you. Will you go out with me? Actually, no, that's probably a terrible idea. Forget I said that. To my readers, thank you for reading this work. The next part will delve into sweet, heartwarming moments between the main characters. Of course, the peculiar relationship subplot will also progress, so please look forward to it. Sincerely, Gozen no Ryokucha. End of Volume 2.